Islam, Islam. We want to welcome you to another Egyptian Adeptus Research. So tonight, ears, Islam. I am Dr. Torre Anu Rasul, Simpson Bay National Assistant Grand Chairman, National Assistant Sunday School Instructor, Council General of the God Allah Georgia Territory, giving rise and praise to our Father God Allah and honors to our Holy Prophet, Noble Drew Ali, honors everything that is Moorish, our Grand National Flag, emblem, and seal. Islam. We'll be hosting, the Georgia Council will be hosting today's ears Sultanate. Our host instructor will be Dr. Shadu Aminti Muhajjid Shepshuel, our National Assistant, Grand Sheikh of Moorish America, Islam. Islam, Islam will be starting shortly. Islam. Peace and blessings, peace and love. How you be, Dr. Bati Bey?
Islam.
Islam. How you be, Grandman? How's the tribe?
Man, this whole moving thing been stressful, man.
Hey, all I can say is I'm empathetic to you, Mo. I know what you are talking about, but that's what you talking about.
You got a point.
But I tell you, that move, I dread it. I'm like, oh, it's all good. Yes, indeed. So you say your computer, the other computer need to get fixed up?
No, I can't find it. I went through everything and can't find the computer.
Same thing happened to me when I moved about 2 years ago. I couldn't find that PlayStation. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, so okay, yeah, okay then. Well, that's family. Peace and love.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Hey, well, Islam. Yes, sir. So you just let it be. Islam. Well, other than that,
there's no.
The chapter of the week. You're going to read the chapter of the week, or so you're thinking what you usually
chapter 19.
Yeah, you usually do the prayer, or which one?
Man, I'm wherever you need me at, man.
Okay. All right. Well, all right then. Yeah. You know what? No, the commission had their prayer. Open up the way with that, and then I'll read the divine constitution, and then you can read the chapter of the week, Islam.
Islam.
Okay, cool beans. Gratitude, Mobile.
Islam.
Islam. Islam, National Sister Grand Sheik. Well, Islam. It's that time.
Islam. Islam.
Islam. All right, Brother Bati Bey. We're going to open up the way with our brother, Dr. Bati Bey. Islam, Grand Man.
Islam. This is Dr. Bati Bey. First, I'd like to rise, give our man of praise to Allah, honors to the Prophet, honors to our theocratic government, our royal council, our flag, seal, emblem, our divine constitution, swift angel.
You cut out, Grand Man.
All the Moors that are here and there, Islam. And I will be reading the ancient Comedian at that Moorish American prayer. Ya Allah abnu haru makunetaru. Ya Allah abhet haru. Ya Allah ma'at haru. Ya Allah hotep haru. Ya Allah haru. Ya Allah ma'at haru kuti. Ya Allah awajejeduti. Ya Allah patim sutek patim haru. Ya Allah bamaduti. Al head sepsis rey abtu ali. Amin. Alisa, Alisa, Alisa. And that is to say, O Allah, the Father of the universe, O Allah, the Father of love, O Allah, the Spirit of truth, O Allah, the Spirit of peace, O Allah, the Spirit of freedom, O Allah, the Spirit of justice, O Allah, you are my protector, O Allah, you are my God, O Allah, you are my salvation by night and by day, O Allah, through your holy prophet, O Allah, Drew Ali, Amen. Holy Isa, Holy Isa, Holy Isa, Islam. Now I'll turn this meeting back over to our National Grand Assistant Chairman, Islam.
Islam, and gratitude, Dr. Bati Bey, for the commission at that prayer. Islam, Islam, Islam. I come before you now with our divine constitution of Moorish America, salvation, our God, unity. Act 1. The Grand Sheik and the Chairman of Moorish America are empowered to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the Grand Body of Moorish America. The Assistant Grand Sheik is to assist the Grand Sheik in all affairs, if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and it is known before the citizens of Moorish America. The bylaws, Act 2. All meetings are to be open and closed promptly according to the Circle 7, and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest, because on a Friday, the first man was formed in flesh. And on a Friday, the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all citizens of Moorish America. No citizen is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. Act 4. All citizens must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all citizens must obey the laws of the government, because by being a Moorish American, you are a part and parcel of the government and must live the life accordingly. Act 5. No organization of Moorish America is to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of the said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6. Well, thus all citizens must proclaim their nationality. And we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and parcel of the said government. And know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, Black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Drew Ali, the prophet, to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7. All citizens must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and a partial of all uplifting acts of Moorish America. Subhanallah. Moorish Americans must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of Moorish America. And then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of the house of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother and be industrious and become a part of the uplifting of fallen humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This divine covenant is from your holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, through the guidance of his father God Allah. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, peace and blessings be upon him, founder, father, and framer of the divine constitution and bylaws of Moorish America. And now that this meeting has been opened, according to Act 2 in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, we say Islam, Islam, Islamism. And at this time, we'll have Dr. Bati Bey to come back and read the chapter of the week, chapter 19. Islam, Grandman.
Islam, praise-and-honor is already given. Chapter 19, the ministry of John the Harbinger. John the Harbinger returns to Hebron, lives as a hermit in the wilds, visits Jerusalem and speaks to the people. It came to pass when John, the son of Zacharias, and Elizabeth had finished all their studies in the Egyptian school, he returned to Hebron, where he abode for certain days. And then he sought the wilderness and made his home in David's cave, where many years before he was instructed by the Egyptian sages. Some people called him the hermit of Engedi, and others said he is the wild man of the hills. He clothed himself with skins of beasts. His food was carobs, honey, nuts, and fruit. When John was 30 years of age, he went into Jerusalem, and in the marketplace he sat in silence 7 days. The common people and their priests, the scribes and the Pharisees came out in multitudes to see the silent hermit of the hills, but none were bold enough to ask him who he was. But when his silent fast was done, he stood forth in the midst of all and said, "Behold, the king has come. The prophets told of him. The wise men long have looked for him. Prepare, O Israel, prepare to meet your king." And that was all he said. And then he disappeared, and no one knew where he had gone. And there was great unrest through all Jerusalem. The rulers heard the story of the hermit of the hills, and they sent couriers forth to talk with him, that they might know about the coming king, but they could find him not. And after certain days, he came again into the marketplace, and all the city came to hear him speak. He said, behold, not disturbed. Oh, excuse me. Be not disturbed, you rulers of the state. The coming king is no antagonist. He seeks no place of earthly throne. The eyes of men shall see it not, and none can enter but the pure in heart. Prepare, O Israel, prepare to meet your king. Again, the hermit disappeared. The people strove to follow him, but he drew a veil about him, his form, and men could see him not. The Jewish feast day came. Jerusalem was filled with Jews and proselytes from every part of Palestine, and John stood in the temple court and said, prepare, O Israel, prepare to meet your king. So you have lived in sin. The poor cry in the streets, and you regard them not. Your neighbors, who are they? You have defrauded friends and foes alike. You worship Allah with the voice of lip. Your hearts are far away and set on gold. Your priests have bound upon the people, burden far too great to bear. They live in ease upon the hard-earned wages of the poor. Your lawyers, doctors, scribes, and useless cumbers of the ground. They are but tumors on the body of the state. They toil not, neither do they spin, yet they consume the profit of your marts of trade. Your rulers are adulterers, extortionists, and thieves, regarded not the rights of man, and robbers ply their calling in the sacred hills. The holy temple you have sold to thieves. Their dens are in the sacred place set apart for prayer. Hear, you people of Jerusalem, reform, turn from your evil ways, or Allah will turn from you, and heathen far afar will come, and what is left of all your honor and your fame will pass in one short hour. Prepare, Jerusalem, prepare to meet your king. He said no more. He left the court, and no one saw him go. The priests, the doctors, and the scribes were all enraged. They sought for John, intent to do him harm. They found him not. Islam, Islam, Islam. I would like to turn this meeting back over to our National Grand Sister Chairman. Islam.
Islam, gratitude, Dr. Bati Bey, Council General of Territory. Islam, Islam. Well, family, at this time, we're going to open up our floor with our host, Dr. Shadu Amenti Muhaji Shepshuela, our National Assistant, Grand Sheikh of Moorish America. Islam, Grand Man, are you on the manifest? Let's see. Yep, he's there. Islam, Grand Man, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can unmute now. I wasn't able to unmute earlier. Can you hear me?
Islam, got you loud and clear.
Gratitude, Islam. Islam, 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 Moorish America. Want to rise upon the seventh and give all praises to the great God Allah, our Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet. Honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal, Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution, and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything, and I do mean everything that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to give honors to all of you for coming forth to another Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate session. And at this particular time, we'll actually be going to another degree of unfoldment, as we will be dealing with the Hieratic introduction into the Hieratic, so to speak, today. And what I want to do, as we always do when we come forth with another session, we actually would like to come forth with a reading from the Book of Fire. And we ask that our Moorish kin volunteer in participation to bring this on the manifest.
Islam?
I want to come from the Book of Fire. Islam, Brother Marvin Evans Bey.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Islam.
sir.
Gratitude.
We're going to actually go back to dealing with, again, the ancient Kemetic Moorish history. You know, we like to use the hammer of repetition in relation to dealing with these measures. And we're going to start from page 321, and we will end our reading at the value of a divine history, 325. So we'll start with you, brother Marvin Edwards Bay, from 321 to page 323.
Islam.
And that you can stop above, how did the Greeks fit into biblical history? Islam.
Islam.
All right.
Thank
Is there any other more who would like to volunteer to read as well?
Islam.
Islam, brother Jerry Hamid Muhammad Bey. So you will start, my brother, from page 323, how did the Greeks fit into biblical history? And then you can end actually right above, back to the Greeks. Islam.
Gratitude, grand man.
And one more reader.
Islam.
Islam, brother Bati Bey. You can proceed, my brother, from 324, from back to the Greeks, and read up to page 326, which deals with the making of the first god, Ish and Isha. You can stop above that head. Islam on page 326.
Islam.
Gratitude. Praise be to Allah. All right, brother Marvin Edwards Bey, you may proceed, my brother. I'm Abadu.
Islam, God, man, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir. We can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, gratitude. Rising, giving all praise to the great God Allah, giving highest honors to his prophet, our prophet, Prophet Noble Drew Ali, Al-Haj Sharif Abdul Ali. Give high honors to our theocratic government, our Moorish American government. Give high honors to our Act 1. I give high honors to all of our officials. I give high honors to this class, our Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate class, as well as I give honors to Dr. Shadu Amiti Al-Mohed Shepsuel for hosting our Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate class, as well as I give honors to the Georgia Consulate for the platform for us bringing this on this morning. Give honors to everything that's Moorish, our flag, our seal, our emblem, our divine constitution, our Holy Quran, our Book of Ali, our 101, 102s, our exhument of a nation, all of our divine revelation I give honor. Give honors to the forerunner, Dr. Marcus Masay Garvey L., as well as I give honors to our ancestors, whom shoulders we stand upon. Give honors to everything that's Moorish, our flag, seal, our emblem, our divine constitution, Holy Quran, Book of Ali, 101, 102s, our exhument of a nation, all of our divine revelations I give honor. And I shall begin the ancient Kemetic Moorish history. The illustrious prophet Noble Drew Ali was the first Moorish American patriot to teach the lost found descendants of Africans the truth about Adam and Eve. He said, they are the mothers and the fathers of the human family, Asiatics and Muslims. Although the entire human family began in Africa, the majority of their true history has been secretly kept from their children in the Americas. A whitewashed European version of Adam and Eve has been force-fed through Christianity to these African children during the subjugation of the mother continent. Until the advent of the Holy Prophet, the Western world saw the first human family on earth through spectacles that had been prescribed with falsehoods, myths, and hypocrisy. Through these European designer glasses, the modern world saw only a pale-skinned Adam and Eve, whom lived in a mystical Garden of Eden. This Eden had an exclusive for white folks only sign at the entrance. Also, in the Black psychic, this Eden was propagated to be the well-off white folks' settlement, and with the exception of being infested with a talking snake, was believed to be the only heaven a good Negro could possibly, perhaps, maybe, pray to reach in the sweet by and by after they die. To this day, most religious circles accept this dark age story as the word of God. Since slaves are bred to have short memories, most ex-slaves habitually still serve the God of their former slave masters. This God could not be perceived nor defined beyond the realms of the very church that ordained the denationalization and enslavement of African worshipers. When Drew Ali first brought the true history of Africans to the Moorish, they became awed at its infinite, universal, deific depth. To this day, all the millions of Negro churches in the United States with countless Bible thumpers, there is not one so-called African Christian with full relationship knowledge to the true origin of Adam and Eve. The story of Adam and Eve is actually the original verbal historical account of the first civilized people of Africa. It is the truth of their divine origin, fall, and attainment to perfection being told by wise men to all initiates. The glory of this first man and woman represents the complete cycle of the great God in man. The circle of life was called Emmanuel by the ancient Israelites. The holy story of Adam and Eve is the divine essence of a chartered course that all men must ultimately follow. There is no escape from the fixed destiny endured in the historical infinity of the story of Adam and Eve. Without the pure knowledge of one's derivation, any person armed only with human knowledge will face the instability of their karmic present while awaiting an obscured future. Without the true knowledge of Adam and Eve, carnal man will believe he lives in the make-believe life that is trapped between a birth and death. In this chapter, the required do or die light of Adam and Eve will be revealed. How the esoteric history of Adam and Eve has been used to lessen gods into humans and reduce humans into Negroes. The deliberate burial, okay, the deliberate burial of the human value to the first family on earth will lay bare the dark aging of a people. The state of ignorance about Adam and Eve has also been used directly to secure the institution of slavery in the Western Hemisphere. This state served the paternal roots of nearly 500 million African nationals, detaching them from the human family with the marks of Negro, Blacks, and colored people, NBC. Every nation that claims attachment to the human family has had their Adam and Eve. The Bible is full of Adam and Eve. However, most of them are shrouded under the terms begot or begotten. In fact, the Adam and Eve genealogy of Yehoshua the Christ through his father Joseph and mother Mary in the books of Matthew 1, verses 1 through 16, and Luke 3, verses 23 to 38, are sound examples of how serious African nationals truly are about their divine origin. Adam is the founding father of the human family of nations and his first patriot. Other more renowned Adams are the great Ham and his lineage of Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. Also, there is undeniable Father Divine of many nations. Sons actually subdivided the first. Pardon, self. Did I skip something? Oh, okay. Also, there is undeniable Father Divine of many nations. Abraham, with his sons Ishmael and Isaac. All of these are Adams of great nations, civilizations, and religions. The latter sons actually subdivided the first religious creed, the ancient Kemetian mystery system, into Judaism and Islam. See chapter 18. Most Americans can now relate to George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Quincy Adams, etc., as being the founding fathers of the United States of America. By divine design, they are the indisputable Adams of the USA. However, today's problem with the same Americans is they have very little understanding when it comes to their ex-slaves being a clean and pure nation with their own Adam. Hence, the purpose for our subtitle, The Exhuming of a Nation, to the biography of Noble Drew Ali, indeed, also by divine design as revealed in this biography, the Prophet Noble Drew Ali is the return of Adam. By this design, he is the first patriot and indisputable founding father of the lost found tribe of Ali, the new Moorish American nation. It does not take the research ability of a master historian to realize the existence, absence, and exhuming of this cornerstone of the human family, and that only Noble Drew Ali, having been born among them, proclaimed this nation as his by one divine name and number. Drew Ali states, all Adam and Eve are the mothers and fathers, yet they are one. Hence, the honoring of one's father and mother became one of man's first obligations and source of strength. The so-called Negro race and other NBC people are the only people on earth today without mother or father from which to honor. Matthew 15, verses 1 through 14. High parental honor has been a covenant among African nations since their fall into humanity. It is more holistic in cultures than any modern day religious concepts and breathes on every civilized people's origin, genealogy, heritage. Drew Ali also taught the Moorish Americans that they are olive-skinned Asiatics, angels, and have the same Adam and Eve, father and mother, as those who guard the holy city. See Genesis 3, verse 24, and question number 57 to 63. He educated the Moors to the fact they are the direct children of Adam and Eve. They may seem somewhat acceptable as common knowledge by those in this age of cyberspace and optic centers. However, in 1913, most American Negroes actually had been trained to believe their present idea of Yehoshua, God, and his mother Mary were all pale-skinned and the opposite of themselves. To say the least, to them, God's first man and woman of the Bible had to be ever so white. As far as the good Christian colored people were concerned, the first white family of God in their home, a Garden of Eden, was a delicious and evasive slice of pie in the sky after you die. Surely this garden was where all white folks and a few good Negroes went to if they were blessed. Prior to the advent of this angel of Allah, question number 41, the Moorish of North America were miseducated into a dark age of Christianized, Darwinized, and denationalized pseudo-life. As unconscious Negroes, Blacks, and colored people in BC, they were deceived into believing Adam and Eve were two Europeans in a God's mystical paradise. It is only natural for a few Negro, a few NBC and some self-proclaimed white folks to defend 2,000 years of deception with the modern Christian statement. It doesn't matter what the color of Adam and Eve, we are all children of God. Even a crash dummy would reply with, since skin of color of God, Adam and Eve was not important, then why was it biblically taken away and replaced with pale skin? This bitter bit of history of a people's mental status should be well remembered as we now ultimately endeavor into Adam and Eve as originally told by the ancient ones. But first, let's uncover some more of this 2,000-year-old hoax. Adam and Eve has been mostly told by thieves. No oppressor, slave master, or otherwise ruling government has ever written the accurate history of his or her captives. The Babylonians, KEMETians, Romans, Islamic rulers, and Euro-Christian governments, etc., all have slanted the history of their victims to reflect themselves as superior saviors of the wretched of the earth. Naturally, they were all merely doing their God's will to subjugate and annihilate the inferior enemies in order to save them from themselves. Such history will reflect the victors as having saved the wretched from an assumed inevitable doom. The Grecian, Roman interpreted writings of the Israelites' history are by far a prime example to support this reoccurring fact. It turns out, according to prophetic destiny, the pale-skinned nations of Europe are today's controlling world rulers straddling the current cusps between the Piscean and Aquarian ages. Naturally, their Greek book, which tells his story of the conquered people of African descent, is the foremost propagated and most read book in recorded history, the Bible. The Bible, by far the greatest book of collected African history to be written by Europeans, oddly enough, was not written by Africans and is not the infamous Word of God. No, God did not write the Bible. The Greeks from Europe wrote the first draft of the Bible, and it was called the Septuagint. See religious finale. Noble Drawley said, you can't control how another man writes your Moorish history, but when you get the pen in your hand, write your own, tell the truth, and sign your name to it. The ancient KEMETians, having enslaved the tribes of Israel, misnomered them collectively as Hebrews. This was a very degrading label and not their free national names or peoples. This renaming or labeling one's chattel is not a new phenomenon. Historically, slave masters have never addressed their slaves by their free names. Slaves, as with all properties, are given slave names. This is because they are a conquered people and classified their rulers as inferior and less than a first-class citizen or lower. This is standard procedure based upon the strength that no slave can ever be greater than his or her master. In these modern days, history has repeated itself with the renaming of the West African Moors into Negroes, Blacks, and colored people in BC. And like the so-called Hebrews, after generations of being called names other than your own, the branded slave labels became accepted as normal. Once any living thing began responding to the summons or callings outside purity of its own natural freedom, it has been, pardon myself, did I skip? Okay, yeah, I did. After generations of being called names other than your own, the branded slave names became accepted as normal. Once any living, even any living thing began responding to the summons or callings outside the purity of its own natural freedom, it has been domesticated. Indeed, within the slave world of Hebrews and blacks, some would rather die trying to be what they are not than live being themselves. See the 13th and 14th Amendment. Still, as soon as Moses freed his tribesmen from the Pharaoh's oppression and they got on their feet, these freshly freed nations slandered their former slave masters as Egyptians. Yeah, they slandered their former slave masters as Egyptians. The derogatory label Egyptian replaced the true name Kemetian gods of the Nile. In all the descendants of Amexem, Akubalan, Negroes, coloreds, and blacks. As soon as so-called blacks were free to read and write, they they called their slave master white. And the beat goes on, and the revolving doors of Maya continue going to and fro. The Israelites, Hebrews, Yehoshua, etc., of 2,000 years ago did not write the Bible, a history book about themselves and their verbal account of their creation and fall of man. In fact, the Torah was over 1,000 years old when the Greeks wrote the Bible. The Torah contains Israel's story in their divine accuracy. So there was really no need for another book of their accounts. Ergo, since the Israelites through which Yehoshua was born had no use for a book written by their oppressors about them, then who did? Obviously, the authors, whether they milked a council or 70 rabbis to get it or not, it was still written for the benefit of the Greeks, Romans, and subsequent nations of Europe. See chapter 18. Be conscious of biblical beginnings. To this day, most do not know they have been lied to by those who wrote the word of God in their Koine Street Greek language. The biblical Adam and Eve saga was among the first literature the slaves were allowed or force-fed to read. As for greatly into and was greatly enforced by barbaric dosages of the fear of white man, God, by European rulers and slave masters alike. This was the sole purpose for Freemasonry, the Reconstruction Amendments, and the Ku Klux Klan. The establishment were to save black sinning. Oh yeah, their establishments were to save these sinning heathens from their own wretchedness and for the unconscious institutions of slavery's new world order, albeit since the Greeks' biblical version is the only version of Adam and Eve known to the so-called blacks, then let's sojourn there and see what they look like in the light. But bear in mind, the divine origin of the original Hebrew laws of Moses began in the Egyptian mystery system. And the basic European translation of these biblio teachings evolved into the middleman religion of events, which quite candidly he brewed up. Also remember, now as the Moorish Americans began to write their own history, had it not been for Noble Drew Ali's revealing these great truths of the divine origin of African nations, the Western world would not be forced to concede to over 2,000 years of fabricated religious dogma with their information highways and cyberspace intelligence. The true story of Adam and Eve is all about the divine creation and heritage of the original African people. They were not only the first man to people the planet Earth, but their will was emerged with the will of their Father God. Drew Ali placed this in the science of Asiatics and Muslims, the mothers and fathers of the human family. Question number 57. Here, it would be good to note a Muslim is anyone who submits his will or her will entirely to the will of the great God. Hence, Adam and Eve were Muslims before they became Asiatics and human. During the millenniums of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden into the world called Asia, there were no Europeans made. The hueless ones were Netherlands, were ones of the Netherlands, were not even a thought. But now, today's pale-skinned nations have had the privilege of governing the earthland, telling his story. All of a sudden, they are the foremost authority on the original first family, Adam and Eve. Surely, this parallel this is parallel only to a bastard given the apocalypse, a great grand of great grandparents of hearing fish stories being told by date trees or a mutt telling the history of his pedigree or the green monkey that had fathered AIDS. Speaking of monkeys, how is it that how is it an entire people who proudly proclaims to evolve from primates know the true history about the human family? Was it not these people who pillaged the prophetic and oral history from the Hebrew tribes in the first place? Not only that, but as unconscious Moors tried to paint themselves black into a biblical history, little do they notice it is the pale-skinned nations of Europe themselves who denounce all claims to be the Bible human family. This paganistic practice of making God in the image and likeness of man is a gratified weakness amongst the nations of the earth. Hence, these practice hurt. Okay. Um, in these modern times, the nations of Europe named themselves white, then made Yehoshua in their image and called him God. Domesticated African slaves being forbidden first rate entry into the white Freemasonry and white Christianity were allowed to make their own versions of these institutions in the quiet of their slave quarters. Today, these are various NBC fraternal orders and Christian denominations, fully equipped with their own versions of the Bible, complete with Black Yehoshuas and surrounding characters in their image and likeness. Oh, the horrors of fallen humanity. Call all this, can all this be blamed on the rabid hormones of Mr. and Mrs. Monkey? The biblical story of Adam and Eve told by many religions of the cross originated from Moses and various Hebrew slave tribes of Africa. Most of these tribal stories lost their spiritual significance in the translations from African origins to European carnal comprehension. what was interpreted to the world, diluted and spiritually deprived versions of Greek interpretations of the creation and fall of man. These diverted rays of the truth were not the real things, but have predominantly hatched the modern West. Not to speak radical against the church, but it seems to me anyone who teaches man cannot be perfected and then give the great God a mama named Mary should know eventually they would have to face the truth sought by inquiring minds. Islam, gratitude.
Islam, Islam, Islam. Islam, I am Dr. Gerald Hamid Muhammad Bey, Consul General of South Carolina, Consular Post Consulate. First, let me rise on the seven in praise of our Father God Allah, who is the best known arranger of all things. I give highest honors to our Prophet Noble Drew Ali, who is the last prophet of this new era of time. He is the seventh manifestation in divine flesh, the seventh angel, Al-Hajj Sharif Abdul. I give honors to Act 1 of our divine constitution and bylaws. I give honors to our Grand National Seal, our Grand National Emblem, and our Grand National Flag. I give honors to this theocratic government in which we all live and can live. I give honors to Marcus Mosiah Garvey L, the forerunner to our beloved Prophet Noble Drew Ali, and I give honors to all of our Moorish kin on this Cometian Adeptus research class this morning. And I give honors to everything Moorish, and I give a special honor, love, and respect to our teacher, our National Assistant, Grand Sheikh, Dr. Shedu Aminti El Muhajid Shepsuel. We love you, brother. Gratitude for all that you do. I'll be continuing the reading on page 323, Islam. How did the Greeks fit into biblical history? Turning to the centuries surrounding the life of Yehoshua, BC through AD, history reveals the Romans and Greeks were governing Palestine. Question number 28. In fact, Greek was made the national language, although the indigenous, like Yehoshua, continued to speak Aramaic. 2 Kings 18 and 26, and the book of Ezra 4 and 7, the tongue of their forefathers. This is similar to English being made the national language of the United States, although the surviving Canaanite tribes, so-called, quote, Indians, continue to speak Athabascan and other indigenous dialects. True history will also reflect the Greeks thought all languages other than Greek should sounded like blah blah, ho hum, de blah, and considered all non-Greeks barbarians. There are two levels to the Greek language: classical, correct or proper Greek, and Koine. Koine Greek is the everyday common street language, with standard colloquial trash talking expressions and general ad-libbing Greek. After the beginning, Koine became the word of God. You guessed it. The Septuagint, the first translation of the Bible, was translated entirely in Koine Greek. Naturally, since the Greeks and Romans give themselves the title of God, question number 92, and wrote their Bibles in Greek and Latin, it is not strange for today's Black Christians, etc., to defend their master's book as the word of God. To most of them, the only God they have ever known is the same masters which wrote the Bible and then used the same book to justify the ma'afa of African enslavement. Actually, the origin of the word, Actually, the origin of the word of God began as the words of the ancient pharaohs and simply means voice of the ruler of the land. Question number 93. People, namely so-called Negroes, who refer to the Bible as being the word of God, make Europeans, white men, their God. This does not mean there are no truths in the Bible. Quite the contrary. What this means is the Bible is not and was not ever the word of God, but the words of the Greeks. It does not matter how much the NBC pastors hop, sweat, and spit in the name of Jesus. The letter J, pale-skinned God, and all came from the Greeks and was traumatized into the slaves by their European brothers. It must be remembered, in the minds of the Greeks, they were the only gods. As a people, they could not fathom a divine origin and subsequently could not perceive a God greater than themselves, unless it was an African God-man whom they call Yehoshua to this very day. No European nation ever knew or worshiped the great God. As Drew Ali wrote, man's highest ideal is his God. The Greeks, at their greatest, were not powerful enough to completely hide the holy light of Africa that was centralized in ancient Kemet, Egypt. Nevertheless, once the truth has been confounded, it is no longer pure and can do more harm than healing. Where the Greeks and other Europeans have fallen short on African comprehensions is for anyone to know the spirit, they must be the spirit. The Greeks, neither Romans nor any of the pale-skinned invaders of the Holy Lands, never understood the spiritual means, mother of mankind. Excuse me, that's incorrect. Never fully understood the spiritual foundation of Hebrew, Aramaic, sister language to Arabic, nor any of the other 200 languages of Akubulan. Note, Akubulan means mother of mankind, or garden of Eden. It is in the descent language Swahili of the ancient Kushite. Akubulan is the indigenous name given to the continent, later misnomered Africa by the Romans. Her first and true divine name is Amexem, which means land of the holy gods, or land of the holy people, Moorish Holy Quran 46:3. The reason for this lack of transliteration is not because Africans were primitive monkey-built pagans as portrayed, but by virtually every European Bible pusher since Constantine, 280 to 337 AD. It is simply because they could not understand the boundless spirit realm. They could not measure what they could not see with their carnal eyes. The world of hallowed covenants, holistic cultures, and the line uniting divinity and matter is incomprehensible to those unable to see the third eye. This was the foremost lesson for the Adamites to learn. Whenever European rulers failed to understand the infinite and the timeless, they will either try to destroy or distort the subsequent manifest. These thoughts draw strength from the bowels of envy, lust, and hatred. It is in the nature of hatred to be short-sighted, a slave to time, and fearful of anything it does not create. Therefore, the foundation of the Bible rests upon a great conspiracy. It was the amalgamation between the Sanhedrin, beginning with Caiaphas, and the government of Europe ruled to nationalize the Jewish religion under the Roman government. The world's greatest cover-up since Adam tried to hide from his maker had begun. Rome's subjugation of Israel's religion is rooted in the feigned crucified death and resurrection of Rabboni Yehoshua. Those Jews who would not conform to the government's version of Judaism were later called Christians, not because they were pious like Yehoshua the Christ, but because the title Christian distinguished the rebellious Jews from those willing to compromise under the Roman yoke and law. Yes, the first Christians were Jews. This is why Yehoshua warned John to beware of those who call themselves Jews and are not. Revelations 2 and 9. Today, this Roman assumable jurisdiction of civil customs is reenacted in the United States takeover of prohibition and the lottery numbers, games, etc. Remember, selling liquor and running numbers were crimes of felony when enacted by America's common people. But a government control of poor people's pleasures was legalized by the use of one word, license. A license is a document of authorization to practice that would otherwise be illegal. Black Laws Dictionary. Oppression can do strange and often unimaginable things to the human mind. Weak-minded Jews became Christians the same way pork-free African Muslims have become pig-eating Negro Christians of USA today. The powerful effects of oppression have never been truly measured on the minds of US slaves. The Bible, with its Hebrew-Greek version of Adam and Eve, was siphoned from the Israelites during their state of iron-hand oppression. The Greeks recognized the Kemetian Egyptian influence in the Mosaic laws because Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Hippocrates, etc., had all received their formal education in the Egyptian mystery system, not to mention the notorious Alexander the Great. The reader should also remember Moses, being raised as an Egyptian aristocrat, received the foremost teachings of his ancient adept mystery system. These teachings also included perfection of the God self, with his powers of dominion over all other living things created by the seven eyes of Allah, the Elohim. This is why the Pharaoh's heart appeared hardened. Pharaoh simply knew all the sciences of the God-man, which Moses had mastered before being exiled. The Egyptian sages, excuse me, Morris, let me put this window up. Forgive me for the background noise, I'm outside. The Egyptian sages were simply not impressed with their exploits by one of their former students, who they viewed now as a traitor for taking secret teachings into the forbidden lands in the north. Yehoshua the prophet also received these lessons, Sunmun Bunun, in the Egyptian temples featuring Siatenoti, meaning man, know thyself. See religious finale. Back to the Greeks. The book of Moses, collectively called the Torah, translated from the Hebrew language, containing no vowels into Greek, lost a world of spiritual definition in the very first draft of the Bible's Old Testament. The Greek version of the Holy Bible, called the Septuagint, the Greek word for 70. 70 is also the Egyptian number for brotherhood. The Septuagint acquired its title from the Council of 70 rabbis that convened to translate the Torah into a low-class Greek language. All subsequent Bibles trickled down from this one. In essence, the Roman Catholic, Latin, the infamous King James Version spurned more than 3,000 variations, edited, revised, and fraternal word of God. Did I mention the Holy Quran and the ancient Bhagavad Gita has never been changed? This history is pertinent to Adam and Eve because most of the westernized world only are sprung on. This history is pertinent to Adam and Eve because most of the westernized world is only aware of their biblical version. Yet the Bible was never written by a single prophet, as are other sacred tablets. This is because every major prophet always leaves a holy book of guidance for their special people. And while most Christian scholars are drenched in a maze of unresolved questions about Adam, Eve, Cain, the flood, Moses, the missing 18 years of Jehoshua's life, etc., etc., rarely does anyone who titled the Bible holy in the first place, or who said it is the word of God. Another master question is, since there is no difference between the great God and his name, who is the God that wrote the Holy Bible? Truth is, the era of Moses was about 1300 BC. The oldest Hebrew story in the Bible only dates back to a little less than 4000 BC. Good gracious. There are pyramids and mounds older than these Hebrew stories. The ancient seafaring Moabites had circumnavigated the entire continent of Amexem by 8000 BC. There were many African civilizations that gave birth to the tribes of Israel, collectively known as Hebrews. In fact, it is not strange that Adam's son Canaan already knew his wife. although they were nude east of Eden, Genesis 4:16 through 17. The entire story of Adam and Eve marks the two great civilizations. The first was during the founding of Atlantis, Lemuria, and Mu. This one was before the catastrophic earthquake, which is often confused with a 40-day biblical monsoon called the flood. When Moses led the tribes out of Egypt east into the promised land, did I mention the Moabites were already using Moab? The Amorites were busy in Ammon, and there were some Canaanites still in Canaan. In other words, the promised land was already being occupied by natives of that era. An accurate history would also reflect that the promised land was another lawful province of ancient Kemet or Egypt. During this time, the only gods of the civilized world were the pharaohs who were the rulers of the earthland. They were not too pleased with those who called themselves Jews squatting on their land across the sea. It seems the descendants of those self-proclaimed Jews of that era would be repeating the same Exodus 3,300 years later in the 1948 Western-backed proclamation of Islamic occupied land, Palestine. Case in point, the biblical Hebrew stories are not the true origin of the human family. These stories are mostly abstract versions of the divine creation, fall, and perfection of man. These histories of the world were learned by an enslaved people, the Hebrews, while under Kemetian rule and mystery system, the world's first religious creed, Islamism. By slaves never being greater than their master, they rarely understand the origin or nature of their master's creed. Anyway, the original Hebrews with Moses' Egyptian teachings did not believe that God or man had beginnings, nor did they believe that spirit man could die, not as long as the great God lives. The Egyptians had taught Moses that man is a perfect being. This is why the great Torah in its original Hebrew text is by far more accurate than today's infamous word of God. But only a few NBC people dig back far enough to the origin of a given matter. The truth of the creation and fall of man states, time never was when man was not. If life of man at any time began, a time would come when it would end. Most Holy Quran, chapter 1. In contrast to this immutable truth, the Greek's Holy Bible gave God in the beginning, In contrast to this immutable truth, the Greek's Holy Bible gave God, the creation, and man various time slots, with the Bible's infamous opening alpha passage of in the beginning, Genesis 1:1. In the beginning is the Greek misinterpretation of the Hebrew oral history and became the start of today's once upon a time introduction to some Western stories. Only one kind of person would equate the infinite absolute with the finite duration called time. But perhaps this is why Noble Drew Ali stated, finite mind cannot comprehend things infinite. Ironically, the majority of the man-made peoples, American, Negro, and Blacks, have not figured out one major problem. With all the religious and political world rulers and evangelists preaching about love for humanity, why is it that none of the major religions teach them the truth of who they are? But then again, the problem itself has been a secret till now. Now, with some of the biblical discrepancies and other Greek-Roman slants to the original man aforementioned, let us now remind ourselves of our of Africa's Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve, as documentation, is the ancient Kemetian and Moabite record of spirit man's descent into human form and conscious liberation back to the all of his God state again. For those Black African Americans, especially stuck in the stupor of disbelief and never questioned what God, Greek, is the Bible truly, the word of God, the word of, they need to review one historical revelation. The modern world is nearly 86% populated by people of olive skin. There are Bibles in all of them, even Islamic countries. Yet, how many nations and tribes of African descent, all people of hue, own and rule their indigenous land without European intervention? But the Bible and its trademark, cross, are in these places. And who is the economic and more often than not political, social, and religious ruler of their lands? How much has truly changed since the era of Brother Yehoshua? See Illuminati. So what does this have to do with Adam and Eve? Value, just plain value. Security is what gives a thing value. An accurate, unbiased, and truthful history of any place, person, and time is what gives it its value. Security is a manifest of purity, cleanliness, and truth. To see Adam, Ish, and Eve, Isha, in their God state as the original man, chosen to be made from the soils of Eden, Mexim, Akubulan, Africa, then as the first humans to walk the earth, is to know their true history. The true history of Adam and Eve is so infinitely valuable to the Moorish. These were the children of Adam. Excuse me for the interruption. I had to shut that phone down. Okay. These were the children of Adam, Ish, and Eve, Isha, because they honored them as their divine link to their creator. As long as the Moorish nations remembered their sacred origin, they could not be mentally enslaved. This is why it took the nations of Europe under the Roman Catholic Christian Crusades 2,000 years to break the minds of the Moors and whitewash away Adam and Eve from their memories. In fact, without speaking radical, the Bible is the chief agitator of the whitewashing machine of Adam and Eve. This is the reason they, the prophets and Yehoshua, appear suddenly pale-skinned in the final rents of the colored churches of today's Vatican subsidies. Islam.
Islam. This is Bati Bay with the Iowa Territory. The value of divine history, hardly any so-called Negroes, colored folk, or Black people read Ish, Issa, and Isha until when they were gods in the garden. Today, they cannot fathom their ancient foreparents as being these gods that walked the earth. Even fewer know they were sun-kissed with melanin in bodies with flesh from the holy, rich ground of Africa. Less have siphoned the reason why the holy lands are in Africa is because it gave birth to the holy people. Tragically, even smaller amounts accept the value of knowing Adam and Eve are the mothers and the fathers of the human family, Asiatic and Muslims. See Appendix Q 57. But then again, some have been miseducated via primitive evolution. Truth is, because they are not a free nation of people, today's NBCs is by far more trained than educated. This formula is verified by the fact only property can be trained, while education belongs to citizens of free national governments. Hence, Negro, Blacks, and being property names that identify those persons detached from the human family and not having father and mother can only be trained at best Since the NBC does not have a divine history, they cannot be trained like domestic, they can be trained like domestic beasts to be professional professors, judges, generals, and congressmen, etc. For any master's government and social benefit. In the end, no property can accrue national prestige, wealth, independence, or prosperity. Islam, Islam, Islam. Peace and love. Turn this meeting back over to Swift Angel, number 4, Islam.
Islam, 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 Islam is Moorish America. Having already risen, we continue to rise in ascension, giving praises to the great God Allah and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal. We give honors to our Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything. And I do mean everything that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to give honors to our Moorish kin on the manifest and coming forth, you know, again, to participate and basically rewriting our own history, you know, going beyond the mystery, going beyond what somebody else said was our history, being their story. In all actuality, we want to go into all of these measures. And we are basically in the apex of this special drawing, because now we're getting into what exactly happened. We already know, we don't have to reiterate too much with the hammer of repetition. But now when we begin to speak on certain things, by now, you know, our Moorish kin have a clear conception of what it is that has been brought on the manifest in relation to dealing with the remix of the language. And language as, so to speak, because it wasn't just a change when it comes to the comedian aspect of dealing with the language, but, you know, they remixed everything they put their hand on, basically. And this has been one of the greatest cover-ups and concealments that has ever been demonstrated by the European here in the West, you know, and all over the place. And a lot of this came out of competition. You know, the competition in relation to dealing with who would be the first to decipher, you know, what they call hieroglyphics in their terminology. You know, and we know better, you know, that this is not the proper terminology to use, but this has been accepted, and we gonna basically undo what has been done and give our people drawings by which we are able to refer to and reference, you know, the language and the culture based upon what it is that we have to come forth with by definition, based upon what the ancestors themselves had called these things. You ask yourself, you know, why is every other culture pretty much called by its name until you get back into the ancient culture of our ancestors? You know, the Arabic people that spoke Arabic, you know, well, we already know Arabic is their language. You know, now we have people talking about hieroglyphics, and hieroglyphic is a term that didn't even come into the manifest until after, you know, the ancient Egyptians were long off the manifest. And the same thing has to do with, you know, even using the word demotic, which we come up with the sekat insha, which is the proper way of speaking on that. There are so many different terminologies that our ancestors used as well. You know, they refer to the M2 netter, the M2 kemet, Ra'im kemet, you know, dealing with the language that was spoken, actually going into the proper terminology to be used when you refer to the so-called hieratic script. You know, it's really the Ra'im kemet. You know, that's the term that we use to refer to it. So we'll get into this And we won't be able to cover this without having to touch on how they came up with these signs and tried to superimpose, the symbols over the alphabet. And we're going to also have to use the only way out of the fire is through the fire concept to really get a grasp and a hold, on this special measure when we go into dealing with the hieratic language, as they like to call it. Like I said properly, the rate in KEMET. So I want to read something from the works of our brother Mustafa Gadala. And dealing with this particular work, I ain't got to go through the whole book, but just one portion I want to point out here. There's a couple of them in here, but okay. Well, we'll go to the page. We'll start from page 7 in the Egyptian Universal Writing Modes. And this is a powerful drawing, family. And they actually talk about how everything was created and how they came up to these things. Where he talk about these things here, the concept of the remix of the abjad order and everything else. One of the myths that we want to dispel, is that this special language was created by the Greeks, which was at a later time, because we have proven that this language has been on the manifest longer than that. And even though hieratic has been on the manifest longer, they try to say that, well, this come on the manifest at the same time the symbols did. You see? But you don't find any hieratic writing upon the walls of any of the pyramids. Even what they call the pyramid text didn't come from the pyramids of Giza. The pyramid text come from the pyramid of Unas, which is an incomplete concept. It looks more like a mound than anything. But whatever the case may be, it's not, the pyramid of Giza. You see? So it wasn't found in either one of those buildings, which are basically written to be the oldest, along with the Sphinx and so forth and so on. According to our record, when you go into the history of Tehuti, who is said to actually have built the pyramid, we know it speaks of, some people say Imhotep, some say Khufu, Menkaure, and, they go through all these different measures, but our date tell us that Tehuti built the pyramid over 52,000 years ago. You see? So we don't see the actual language or any written script in the pyramid. And even in the pyramid of what they like to call Unas, this is found down, this pyramid text that you hear them talking about, which is the oldest document in Kemet. It was found, down in the burial chamber, so to speak. And this pyramid text, that they are talking about, they are still trying to use the Eurocentric expression of translating symbols into measures, even though we know the papyri exists. See, this is the thing. The European, they would take papyri and conceal that papyri to justify their so-called hoax of deciphering the language. It's key that we mention that from time to time, that our Moorish kin will be able to see the veil be lifted, so to speak, when it comes to being able to see how they use the language to try to conceal, itself. And that's impossible to do. So nevertheless, it goes on in this particular writing. It says, Isaac Taylor, in his book, History of the Alphabets, Volume 1, page 64, wrote about the Egyptian king Sent. King Sent, in whose reign the alphabetic characters were already in use, may be taken to have lived between 4000 and 4700 BCE. startling as the result of such calculations may appear, it must be affirmed to be probable that the beginnings of the graphic art in the valley of the Nile must be relegated to a date of 7,000 or 8,000 years from the present time. So this automatically transcends and supersedes, so to speak, and goes beyond the dates that the European have been trying to give, which is 3,100, BC, in the time when they was talking about King Mina, or even King Aha, King Mina uniting Lower and Upper Kemet. This is according to their Gregorian calendar, which I don't care nothing for. You see, and I say that boldly, even though I get upset a lot of people when I say I don't deal with the Gregorian calendar. So it goes on. It says it is very clear that the ancient Egyptian alphabetical language was the first in the world thousands of years prior to the much to do about nothing Sinai scripts. Because there's even another measure in regards to dealing with what they call, the Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite. These are also terms that were given to them, and we'll get into that because we're going to actually have to touch on some of that at this particular level as well once we get into the symbols deeper. We're mainly dealing with the Hieratic alphabet and the Hieratic script, and this is special phase, and we'll probably have many different breakdowns of this, just like we did with the Demotic, because it ain't something you can really cover, in a brief moment, so to speak. And these sessions are guideposts, that the Moors can go back to, people that have never seen it, because again, like I said, there is no historical record of anybody outside of us that are actually here that went into this particular language, because everybody was so focused on symbols that they actually never tapped into the alphabet. And this is long before many of us were born. This has been going on. So praise be to Allah, we was able to crack the code, of this matrix that they had begun to create, under the hieroglyphic hoax. So anyway, it says in this book, The Formation of the Alphabet, W.M. Flinders Petrie has collected and tabulated alphabetical letter forms that extended from the early prehistoric age of Egypt to the Greek and Roman eras. Petrie also compiled from several independent scholars similar looking alphabetical letter forms from 25 locations in Asia Minor, Greece, Italy, Spain, and other locations throughout Europe. All are much younger than the ancient Egyptian alphabetical letter forms. Petrie's tabulation of these alphabetical letter forms shows that 1, all alphabetical letter forms were present in ancient Egypt since early pre-dynastic areas, over 7,000 years ago, prior to any place else in the world. All the Egyptian alphabetical letter forms are clearly distinguishable in the oldest recovered so-called Egyptian hieratic writing more than 5,000 years ago. So this also established a guidepost in relation to dealing with the hieratic, as they like to call it, but we call it again the herein KEMET. You see, this is one of the names that our ancestors, because they actually had many different names that they use for their writings, unbeknownst to many people. They had about 7 or 8 different names that they use. Medu and Second Inshot, these are names that have just been familiarized, and Metut always dealt with words. So this is why most people try to come up with the concept of Medu and they draw from that aspect, which is a word that was used by our ancestors, but this has been chosen by the people to be such. You see, not definitively, exactly. We just know that these things refer to their writings and so forth and so on, and it would make sense to go in that particular direction based on that. But nevertheless, here's a reference placing what is called hieratic, the herein KEMET, in a time period of more than 5,000 years ago. When they would tell you this was, they'll tell you, well, this was just 3,000 years old, But it goes deeper because we find that the Hieratic even goes back even into that 7,000 or that 8,000, even 10,000 year period that's mentioned by the brother Mustafa Gadala, if you ask me. So it says, number 3, the same exact Egyptian alphabetical letter forms were later adopted and spread to other people throughout the world. We know this to be a fact, as we have traced the alphabets, as well. Also, it states the distinctive pre-Hyksos Egyptian alphabetical papyri. Notice it says the distinctive pre-Hyksos Egyptian alphabetical papyri. The eminent German Egyptologist Adolf Ehrman wrote in his book, Life in Ancient Egypt, page 339, even under the Old Kingdom, 2575, 2040 BCE, a special cursive hand had already been invented for daily use, the so-called Hieratic. You see? Now you got to remember, a lot of these relics and papyri, that they are dating to specific times, are what they have discovered. And we can bank on it and rest assured that there are many papyri that have not been found. So what happens when they find that papyri that dates back to 50,000 years? They're going to have to rewrite all of their history, ain't they? You see? Because it will come to a time where certain things will be unearthed and uncovered. That's going to basically predate everything it is that they have. It always does. This is why some of their scientists will even tell you these people have no beginning nor end, based upon the things that they have found. So it goes on and it states Isaac Taylor, in his book, The History of the Alphabet, Volume 1, pages 94 and 95, refer to the 3 important ancient Egyptian manuscripts from the Old and Middle Kingdom eras. You got to remember these terms, even Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom. We use this terminology, but this terminology has been adopted and it was never used by the ancient Egyptians themselves. So if we so choose to call these different periods something else, then we are well within our right to do so. Because we have the pen in our hand and we're writing the history now. Now, if you want to continue to call it the Middle Kingdom, and all this, the Old Kingdom and all that type of demonstration, that's, up to you. But we are saying this is not the language that our ancestors used, and as much as we can go into those terminologies, because they did record certain statements in their time, dealing with the time frames according to their calculations and so forth and so on. These are the terminologies we have to familiarize ourselves with. And that way, when we get out here and we speak, to debunk this Eurocentric concept of ancient Kemet that they like to call Egyptology, then no one can say, well, you're using the European, and all that type of stuff there. Even though you tell the people, that we are actually going into this measure not as a support, but we are utilizing it to show you what has been done. Most of our people like to play on words and semantics, and some people are just playing out agent provocateurs, who are sent there to keep our people confused. So if they keep raising up, a particular work that has been written, it says this here and you saying that, just because it says it in a particular work that has been written and it's older than us and older than everybody, that automatically make it right. And that's called an appeal to authority, which really wouldn't be a proper authority in relation dealing with our ancestors, because who made the European the authority over what it is that we have? The so-called antiquities that they deemed to be royal, because they say we know we royalty. We don't need nobody to tell us that we royal as a people. You see? And this is what the problem is. And you have those who are out here now talking about the Egyptologists, and we have proven that E. Wallace Budge wasn't the author. We've proven that it was those who were actually transliterating for him. We prove in certain texts that some people were even killed and took off the count to conceal the fact that they were the ones who truly wrote and not those who were claiming to be the writers of it. So this goes both ways. From those in the West who was competing with those who was, you know, in the Russian, you know, among the so-called Germans and so forth and so on. It was a whole bunch of different groups that could compete. So they would all kidnap some of our people, force them to translate certain things. You see? And then they came up with their own little so-called science of trying to interpret the language. We're going to get into that in a minute. So it says, as we go on, it says Isaac Taylor, in his book, The History of the Alphabet, Volume 1, pages 94 and 95, referred to 3 important ancient Egyptian manuscripts from the Old and Middle Kingdom eras, 2575, 1783, prior to the Hyksos period, 1600 BCE, which had very clear and distinctive alphabetical cursive scripts. Anytime you hear them talking about an alphabetical cursive script, you should think of Hieratic, as they like to call it. We call it the Ray in KEMET at this time, or then the Sesh Incat, you know, which is what they like to call Demotic or Encoria script. You see? So basically, it says the 3 papyri agree essentially with each other as to the general style of the writing and the forms of the individual alphabetical characters in neat cursive. These early alphabetical writings, Hieratic, clearly show a true cursive character, black, rounded, and bold. The 3 ancient Egyptian manuscripts referred to by Isaac Taylor are: 1, an ancient Egyptian manuscript in the possession of Professor Lepsius, and they always name these papyri after themselves, the Lepsius papyri and all that type of stuff there, in which mention that it's made of the build of the Great Pyramid of Giza, Khufu, Cheops, and other kings of earlier dynasties of Memphis, 2649, 2465 BCE. And a lot of these times and periods that they come up with were adopted from Gregorian concepts, and they actually rejected Manetho's calendar. You see, you will see Manetho's calendar is closer to the calendar of the natives, because he was actually a priest, you know, from Kemet, said to actually be in Greece or whatever the case may be. And he brought forth certain time periods. And I would say accuracies in regards to dealing with the stories that we have been told. We have historical accounts that even link to, you know, the so-called Exodus and, you know, the Moses concept. You know, all you got to do is read Manetho's works. Manetho also, like I said, he got calendar histories that date back to like the 30,000, you know, BC. He talk about the pre-dynastic demigods. You know, he goes into all that. He alludes to everything. But the European rejected that. In fact, it was the Jewish community that rejected Manetho's works, because Manetho's works put what they would consider the Hebrews or the Jews in a light that they didn't like. You know, he made reference to them as being the Hyksos and so forth and so on. So these things were first rebutted by the Jewish community. We know this for a fact. This ain't what we speculating on. These are the people that rejected Manetho's information. So yes, when we go into that history, we can also go into, and I just put it together recently, and we're going to show our Moorish kin in due time how we make our calendar applicable, you know, in relation to dealing with this that we have on the manifest. And we're going to draw from, you know, our Mari Yuga cycles when it comes to dealing with time. That way, when somebody asks you what time, we draw from the Mari Yuga cycles. You know what I mean? We talking about the light year. That's what we dealing with, a divinity, but that's a whole nother measure. But we'll make comparative measures to show you what our time will be as opposed to their time. And we'll get into that in due time. So it goes on to say, The most perfect specimen of alphabetical neat cursive writing of the early period, is the celebrated papyrus, which was acquired at Thebes by M. Prissy Diavenes, given by him to the bibliothèque of the Nationale at Paris, a Nationale, as they call it at Paris. This manuscript is usually called the Papyrus of Prissy, another papyrus they named after another individual that is not Kemetic or Egyptian at all. It was published in fascismal by M. Prissy in 1847 and consists of 18 pages of a magnificent alphabetical cursive writing, unequaled in size and beauty, the characters being unusually large, full, and firm. A statement at the end of the papyrus shows that it is only a copy of the original work. See, this is what I'm trying to tell you. A lot of times people think they got the original work. These are copies of the original work. Right now, there's a Greek restaurant here in my city, and you can go there and they actually have different papyri with writings on them, you know, and these come from actual people that produce papyri, but they have printed or recopied certain inscriptions on the paper. And that's basically all that was being done a lot of times back during that time. So some things that you are looking at and thinking it's original, it's only a copy of the original. So it states, a statement at the end of the papyrus shows that it is only a copy of the original work, which purport to have been composed by Prince Tahotep, who lived during the reign of Asa, a king of the 5th dynasty, 2465 through 2323 BCE. In the museum at Berlin, there are some fragments of hieratic papyrus during the times of the Egyptian kings Amenemhat and Usertesen, which I'm gonna actually pull some of that up to give you visuals of these things in a minute, who belonged to the 12th dynasty, 1991 to 1783, which preceded the invasion of the Hyksos. Notice all of these things are pre-Hyksos texts that they're referring to. This is before there was invasion to take place amongst the people. So this was still at the time when we was at our height in the purest state, so to speak. So it says, here's the fastest smile of Papyrus Prissy. It say, well, letter forms look exactly like the letter forms throughout the recognized ancient Egyptian history and beyond. I'm gonna see if this thing, I might have to hold it at an angle. Let's see. In order to get it, that's what I have to do. There you go, right there. And I'm gonna show you some actual hieratic to bike this up in a minute, but that's just getting you the idea. Here's an enlarged portion of this very ancient Egyptian papyrus showing distinctive alphabetical letter forms, which every other country will adopt as evidence will show you throughout this book. This is actually a blowed up version of it too. Hold up. There you go, right there. Let me hold it at an angle. Let's see here. A little bit more.
Yeah, we can't see that, bro.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get it to where it pierced through there, brother. I know how it is.
By itself.
Yeah, just give me a little chance here. Get it here. Let me see. I might have to pull it back.
Okay, I can see it now.
Yeah, I got it. I'm trying to take it back a little bit because it'll probably let me see it better. Okay, there we go, right there. I'm gonna try to ease it in. But if you got this book, the Egyptian Alphabetical Writing Modes, you can actually go to page 10 and you'll see it. I'm finna pull all this script up in anyway. I just wanted to show you it's in the book, that the brother wrote. Actually, you can see it better from back here. You can see it all when I hold it back here. It's only when you get close. For some reason, the color white and certain colors, they don't take.
That's a good shot.
Clear. So it says other early alphabetical writings are numerous. Here are a few examples. It says clear alphabets from the Old Kingdom era 2575, 2040 BCE from the letter from a window written on linen in Egyptian Museum, Cairo, JE 25975. And these are the Unicode numbers that they use. And want to make that plain too, to see the Unicode is not an alphabet. The Unicode is just codes that they use to try to connect back to what they have created. You know, the matrix, you know, that they done created in relation dealing with this alphabet. These are codes that they assign by number to certain symbols and certain letters that they tried to compare to each other. You're gonna see it in a minute, because I'm gonna pull the Unicode up with it and all. So our people don't confuse Unicode with actual alphabet. So I say this is the third of a cycle of 5 hymns to Sorosret, the third, Senwosret, pardon self, the third, which was found in the town of El Lahum. It says the hymn of Senwosret, and say the third shows the stropic arrangement was written in the mid 20th or 12th dynasty, pardon self, 1991 slash hyphen rather, 1783 BCE. And then they show the other form that you seen earlier, like I showed you in all these different writings. You know, it's the same thing that we showed you earlier, they in here. And then it says the writing shown here is a memorandum from the overseer of the temple. It says to the lector priest at Nukkaru temple at El Lahum during the time of Senwosret II, 1897 hyphen going up to 1878 BCE, notifying him that Sirius would rise on the 16th day in the 4th month. And they're talking about Sirius, you know, the star Sirius. It says, so as to take note of his exact location and time to enter into temple reference. We actually have some measures that actually go into reference of these things as well. So it says, several other similar samples on the various topics and purposes can be found in R.B. Parks's book, See Bibliography. Other ancient Egyptian papyri with neat alphabetical writings on all kinds of subjects from this very early era are referred to throughout the various publications by Mustafa Gedala and are in most Egyptological references. You know, and then he goes into the measure that you always hear me read about the concealment of the supreme Egyptian alphabet, the smoke screen of thousands of Egyptian alphabetical writings. And he basically goes into, you know, how these things take place, you know, on how they come forth with many different assertions and so forth and so on. So like I say, we're going to end up having to cover a couple of different drawings, just dealing with the Egyptian hieratic. You know, we're going to have to go into, you know, the universal Egyptian language that we demonstrated not long ago. What I want to do, I want to go into sharing my screen at this particular point to go into some of this information. Now, some of us may already be familiar too, by the way, with the language. You know, if they have used the instruments and the tools that we have given to our Moorish kin, the resources, there are certain measures in there that show the Demotic language, as we was demonstrated, right next to the hieratic language. And we told our Moorish kin don't worry about it too much at the time because we would get to it. And now we are there. I mean, you couldn't help but see those things right there beside each other. You know, now is the time to be able to use these things as a guide. So what I'm gonna do, I'm trying to open up the actual measure dealing with the lesson. Just give me a second here. And we'll go from there so that we can bring more clarity to this measure. And you can see what Brother Mustafa Gedala was making reference to. Give honors to that brother as well for being on the front line, as well as brothers such as Walter Williams. You know, these brothers and a few more of them have all been on the Manifest family, letting it be known, you know, exposing, you know, exactly what has happened. Okay, so there we go. I pulled it up now. And I'm gonna do this here. Okay, let me open it up and share the screen. All right, there we go. Actually, since that is letting me do that and all my paper there, we can go there like that. I'm gonna see something here. Want to make sure that our family can get good display on here. Okay. Okay, here. Give me 1 second, Morris King. Okay. Okay, there we go. So can you see my screen share, Morris King, right now?
Yes.
Islam.
Okay, gratitude. Islamism, gratitude. All right. So what we're gonna do, we'll put that right there. You already have this in your possession, Morris King. This is also a best friend in order to get you into some insight as well, dealing with certain words that are relatable and certain alphabets that are relatable. And we have the whole thing. The Moors who have been here have already put these things in abjad order. We want to thank our Grand National Secretary of the State, Sister Curta Bay, you know, all of those, Marvin Edwards Bay, everybody who are actually consistent in the class, and they have placed some order to these things. We have these things in the video. You can go back. There's 7 videos dealing with the demotic, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. And they definitely grew apace with a lot of this information. Like we said, we're not trying to get involved with dealing with, you know, just pulling out a whole bunch of paper right now at the moment, because we're trying to get our people familiar with the language, and they are indeed familiar. All it is now is one's taking applied what they know and the resources that we have given them. It's up to our Moorish kin to become even more proficient. But we already know they definitely got a hold on this special measure. You know, learning come with growth and growth come with learning. So you can see here, we already know this is the letter A in the Demotic language family. You know, we know that this is not, again, in an abjad order. And all you have to do, really, the abjad order that you actually created, you can place these hieratic letters beside it in an abjad order. So for those who had already been making comparisons, you can actually see the letter A, you know, in the what we call in KEMET, what they know as hieratic. And you see the I, we see the symbol there, we see the E, you know, we see, you know, all of these particular symbols, family, you know, and we can go all the way down the line and just make the comparison, right? This is what we're doing right now, all the way down the line. And these pretty much are the symbols that connect to these special mentions. Never confuse these symbols with pictures, even though I'm gonna show you what the European did and how they confused it. But we are not to demonstrate that way. If anything, you can use the pictures because they done already put them there as a guidepost, so to speak, to be able to recognize the actual alphabet and don't see the picture as the alphabet, if we may put it out there to you like that, because they done already did the damage. So we talking about damage control right now. So yeah, all of these particular letters here, you'll see even like the letter M in the Demotic stayed the same pretty much. You see, you can even see the letter M in Demotic all the way across the spectrum, even into the transliterated letter. All of them are the same. You see, you'll probably find relation to that in a lot of the other letters as well, but not always. We just giving that example because we there. So when you look at all of these alphabets that are on the side of the letter, all you're doing is connecting them with this letter here. We already did this with the Demotic, so we'll do the same thing with what they call the hieratic. You see how the Ra-Im KEMET, right? All the way down. You can do this. We have many resources. In fact, This is the PDF that actually has all of it, and I sent this out to the Moors. So this is for one's own study and examination. We already have the pronunciation down in the sounds. As we know, the sound we use come from what we call Egyptian Arabic, you know, which is closest to the Coptic sound. If you get to the Coptic sound, you know, basically you're dealing with Kemetic. You see, because Coptic is not from Greek. We already proved that. I don't care how many Europeans say that. We already proved that's not the case. So we should never go and read something and just because we see it in a book after this particular level and think, oh, well, it says we say Coptic, they say Greek. If you thinking like that right there, that's mental slavery. You see? So let me go forth again. I got another one here. I want to make sure these things change as well, by the way. Okay. Did y'all see that change, family? The script? If you do, read out what you see right now. I want to make sure that I change my screen. I don't have to go in.
There's a very brief introduction to Hieratic.
That's what I want the Moors to see. Okay, so I know I can go all the way across the spectrum in this, and I ain't got to keep unsharing and resharing. So you can see this is the same thing that the brother Mustafa Gadala, not the same exact text, but it's the same alphabet that he was showing when he was talking about the bold cursive, you know, script. You know, this is what they like to call hieratic, and you hear me referring to as Ra-Im KEMET. You see, this is not hieroglyphics. Now you're gonna come across some sources in your readings where they call hieratic and hieroglyphic the same thing, but this is not the case, Moorish King, because they have what they like to call so-called quote unquote cursive hieroglyphs. And they can fool you if you don't know no better, if you're not familiar with the script. But when you know better, as we always say, you can do better. I'm gonna show you this again, even though we already been through this. I'm gonna show you. Just again to deal with that particular script, so that our family have no mistake about this, because this can fool somebody. This can really fool you if you don't know no better. So let me go here. I go to, I think I have it here, a copy in our origin of the alphabet. Okay, here we go right here. This is one example here. This is still, it's another one I have. This is just showing our Korea and all. These is showing the actual written scripts. It's actually another script here I want to show you. Here it is. This is the one. Okay, so we have to show you again the difference. There is a difference, family. Now this is what they call cursive hieroglyphs, which is basically hieroglyphs, but you know how you draw pictures? Because hieroglyphics supposed to be a pictorial writing to them, right? We know better.
If you change the screen, it didn't change.
Okay, thank you, brother, for that that measure. Let me, what I'm gonna do, I just close out this right here. And I forgot when I go to a different thing that it actually closed that out. Okay, so I'm gonna stop sharing and I'm gonna reshare, and we'll have you right there. Okay, there we go. You see it now?
Islam.
Okay, Islam, and gratitude, Brother Bati Bey, for the month duty. Islam, so right here, again, these are cursive hieroglyphs, family. This is what you see right here. This is not cursive writing. These are pictures. This is nothing more than a stick man form of the pictorial expression that they like to call hieroglyphic language, or they try to say metaneta. But truth, in fact, all writings of ancient Kemet were really called metaneta, if you really want to get deep, unbeknownst to many. It wasn't just limited to a particular script. You see? And we have information to back this up, you know, which we'll be getting into throughout this course. So again, this is cursive hieroglyphs right here in the middle. I'm gonna show you cursive hieroglyphs beside hieroglyphs itself. See, this is cursive hieroglyphics. This is the actual hieroglyph. They look very similar, but they ain't really the same because one of them is a stick form of writing and the other is a more solid form. So this is the cursive. This is, the solid form of that particular expression. Cursive, solid form. Cursive, as you can see you can see the exact difference, but the similarity of that, but you can see the difference here. Then you have, a lot of people like to talk about the plurality signs is what they like to call this here. Throw sticks in it. All type of language they come up with to refer to these measures that they adopted from the European. This is cursive again. This again is the solid form. This is cursive again. This is the solid form. This is not writing, nor is it alphabetical, though the European try to teach it to be that way. We're going to prove it as we go through the hieratic in a few minutes as well. So here again, you have the cursive, solid form. You see? That don't even look like the two same birds right there either, to be honest with you. That looked more like a stork, and then that looked like a regular chick. So Islam, cursive, solid form, cursive, solid form. So they would tell you that this is hieratic, some people, because they don't understand and they don't comprehend. That's why you got some people that mix even the Meroitic script up with the Demotic. There's a relation to these things, but they're not the same script. Meroitic is more composed of Demotic and hieratic mixed together. You see? But that's a whole nother measure. So anyway, this is your cursive script. Now let's blow this up and put these two side by side. And you see the hieratic, you can immediately see the difference between the hieratic script and the cursive script. So if somebody tell you hieratic and cursive hieroglyphs is the same thing, no, they're not. The only way they're trying to compare this is because they have taken some of these letters and compared them to a symbol, just like they did over here with the cursive hieroglyph. And they are calling, this the same as this. That's the only way these things are made to relate, when you take these symbols and apply them to these letters here. And they are still unrelatable to the natives of the language, but to the Europeans, they made them relative because they use these symbols, I would say, like markers. Like, okay, we want to use this. Okay, this is the letter A, this is the letter E, this is the letter B, this is the letter C. That's basically what they did.
Utilities, this one IEP electric.
Somebody's phone is unmuted too, if you there. So Islam. So make no mistake about it. There is no relation, according to the native writers, our ancestors. There's no relation to this actual writing script and these cursive hieroglyphs outside of what the European came up with when they tried to create what they called the hieroglyphs. They didn't create metal netta, they created hieroglyphics. You see? Meaning they created the concept in the way that they like to break them down and so-called decipher them. Remember, they used a Rosetta Stone that didn't even exist during the Old Kingdom. This thing existed, came forth 333 BC, or 330 BC. We'll give them, maybe 3 years earlier, but by the same token, this 33rd dynasty, which also become their so-called 33rd degree, is the same measure they used to enslave the people. Because this is also showing that they conquered and went into Egypt. When Napoleon and them went in there and established their little Masonic lodges in there and came up with Egyptian masonry and all of that. See, all that come forth, as a result of what took place under that 33rd dynasty. We just thought we'd reiterate that. So again, I'm gonna use the hammer repetition again. This hieratic is not cursive hieroglyphs. You see? So if anybody fall for that right there, after that right there, that's just somebody that love to be enslaved again, right? So cursive glyphs, there you go. Now, what are their uses? This script, an actual written script. A lot of the papyri are written in this form. We finna prove it to you in a minute. In fact, we actually got one expression of it right here, but we're gonna show you the whole text with all the papyr in it. Remember, it made reference to Mustafa Gadala's work. He was talking about the Usurtacy. This is the papyr he was referring to. This is what I showed you on what these people were actually doing with the actual script, you know, and they came up with like that. They came up with their little symbols that they put on the side. I'm gonna call them markers, alphabetical markers. That's what I'm gonna refer to them as. So then you have signs and symbols. Now we are not denying that our ancestors had actual writing, not writing, but inscription in pictorial form. You see, the inscription in pictorial form has meaning behind them. They are not meant to be understood as alphabets, but they are understood to be things, like our brother Mustafa Gadala says. He actually has a book on the metaphysical breakdown on a lot of these signs and symbols that's going to be useful, and some more measures that I'm going to give to the Moorish kin as we get deeper into these things. So these are signs and symbols. This is an alphabetical script. That's the difference between the two. How are they meant to be understood, these signs and symbols? By means of metaphysics and being able to refer to nature and understand nature. This is why we say Yehoshua was able to go into that chamber and ponder upon the meaning of the symbols. He didn't need no alphabet. He didn't need none of that. Hold up, let me make sure I get this power, because we definitely don't want to shut down. Yeah. Okay, there we go. So that's why we say signs and symbols are for conscious mind and men of understanding. You see? And that's what we're gonna get into. So I actually sent this PDF out to the Moors a while back too, you know, where it was talking about you know, how the Logos was able to go into this measure and read the sacred text and think out the meanings of the hieroglyphs. So you ought to think out the meanings of these symbols here. Think out the meaning. Now, what they like to call determinatives, you know, they will be useful in aiding you into being able to think out the meanings of these things. But if you're a mastermind, some things you won't even need that to be able to come into a concept of, because some of these things that the people are naming to be certain things, they're simply guessing at these things to be as such. You know, so again, metaphysics, you know, is how you interpret signs and symbols. They are not a written script to be what they call it. They're not a written script, you know, to basically be written out, but dealing with linguistics. This is a script that one is able to meditate upon, contemplate upon. You see, and once you become a master in interpreting these things, you know, you will bring more clarity to the people. These are actually formulas. In all actuality, these represent mathematical formulas. We're going to get into all that in a little bit. So this here, again, is the written script. Don't confuse it with this. Now, before I go any further to our next measure, I want to ask our family, just, you know, as a collective, do you see the difference between the cursive hieroglyphs in the Hieratic language?
Islam.
It's obvious, right?
Islam. Oh, yeah.
Islam, yes, sir.
Yeah, you can see one is a written script and one dealing with pictures, right?
Grand comparison. Right.
Quick question, God man.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay, now that cursive hieroglyph, you say that's an actual something that we can actually use.
What I'm saying is that it's basically a lot of this was engraved by ancestors, but it wasn't meant to be understood as a language.
Right.
It has more metaphysical measure to it. They were basically writing out, you know, the things they experienced in their surrounding, but it's formulas in this. That's an adept demonstration. They didn't teach that to everybody. Right. You understand? So how in the world a European gonna come and say that they deciphered it if they never taught that to the uninitiated, so to speak? You see what I'm saying?
I mean,
Absolutely.
that's pyramid, Islam.
Yeah, they didn't teach
That makes
that.
perfect sense.
They
That makes
only
perfect
taught it
sense.
to the high priest. This is what the common people was writing in. Everybody else wrote in this language, but the priests were the only one that understood this. You got me? So now, do you know the difference between these two? They're the same, but there's a difference between them. Can anybody tell us what the difference is between these two?
The cursive glyphs and the cursive and the glyphs.
Right.
Well, as you said, they were interpretations of those curses, or vice versa.
Yeah, well, basically, I'm talking about the nature of these two different forms here. What's the difference between them? They're the same thing, but there's a difference between the two. It's a simple difference, nothing major. What's the difference between these two?
I can't really say. I would say that one is more distinct than the other. One is.
But they don't really.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but they don't really look, to me, they don't really look exactly alike either.
That's right, and they don't look exactly alike. That's right, and the brothers say they are distinct, one of them. And like I said, this is the stick version.
Okay.
And this is the full version.
Okay.
It's no different than drawing a stick man and then drawing a full man. You see what I'm saying? So this is the more elaborate expression. This would actually go back to probably the more ancient expression of it due to the style of the writing. This is more developed. Now you will find that they invented more symbols, you know, in this particular writing after the time of the Old Kingdom and Middle Kingdom. Among the Greeks, as they say, among the Ptolemaics, they invented their own. They actually got whole temples over there that the Ptolemies built, you see?
Right.
So they added on like thousands of more symbols that our ancestors didn't even have no knowledge of, because they created some of those things. You got me?
Yes, sir.
We got to have all that in mind as well. But we only really speaking for what our ancestors had already placed there, that we can go back into antiquity and see that they were on stone, you know, that was dated back to a particular time.
Now, quick question.
That we'll claim. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, now you saying, okay, because I know that the Ptolemies, they like took over like during the
330 BC.
Right. Now, and going forward, they imprinted themselves into the monuments.
That's correct.
As well.
They even built temples, whole temples.
Right. They even built temples. Right.
Yeah.
Now,
everything there is not native Egyptian. Go ahead, bro.
Right. So yeah, so we have to be on guard really to recognize the two. Because well, actually question I really want to get to, is there anything intrinsic in their development of that, you know, demonstration?
Only no more than they were trying to amalgamate themselves and plagiarize what was already there.
Okay.
You know, they plagiarized certain texts, talked about Heru, talked about Offset, and then they put Ptolemy all up in there.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And so, you know, in other words,
make themselves gods.
Right. In other words, they took the truth and turned it upside down like they did everything else.
Exactly.
Okay, I got it. Yes, sir.
When you talk about the Ptolemies, don't get that confused with the ancient Greeks that they like to quote unquote speak, because we know that's talking about our people.
Okay.
You know, we know who those people. Don't think about them. We talking about specifically from the time of 330 BC.
Okay.
That's when the real foreign Greeks really surfaced in Kemet.
Right. You know what? If I may, sir, it makes more sense, because when it is written in our Holy Quran, they talk about to Greek, it was Thor. I mean, or some name. So that's going back to the original Greeks.
Yeah, you know what we call the Athenians.
Because it was said that, I mean, it was also said that there was no real prophet sent to the
right.
Europeans.
You know, they'll like to call Alexander their prophet, but you know, I beg to differ.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah, it was no real prophet ever really sent to them. You know,
Okay.
in that special level, you know, I mean, I don't see him being on the manifest.
Right.
We know Apollos, you know, was said to be of a, but even Apollo was a Kemetic. It goes back to the original people.
Right. That's why I was trying to, really
So
grasp.
that's what they ain't really telling you though.
Right.
When you see Greek now, you see the freak, the European. You know what I mean? You don't see the original ancient Kemites there.
Right.
Unfortunately. So we have to make these distinctions when we teach, and that way people don't be, but you using the Greek. Now you got to let them know who the original addicts of Asia are, because they call them
Absolutely.
addicts as well,
Okay.
the Athenians.
Okay.
You know, they use the term Etruscans. You know,
Right.
all these terms are terms they use, the Kiftihu, you know, referring
Yes.
to the Roman and the Greek inhabitants that were there first. And this is one of the problems that they messing up with when it comes to the name Mari. They keep hollering that the term Mari was given by Greeks, and that wasn't the case. I put a whole bunch of that out on my page in the past week.
Right.
For showing you who the Mari is. Man, it done got, like, I don't be, the more I look, it's popping up.
Yeah.
Even in going into the history where it speaks of the prophet, speaking of Joshua, you know, expelling a particular people, we got that also in connection to dealing with the Moors, the whole story, just like the prophet said it, from
That's
another
what I want.
source.
I like
It's right
see
there on
that.
my page. It's on my Facebook page.
I'm gonna have to check it out.
I got it.
Definitely.
I posted all of it dealing with the Moors, but I'm just saying, many people try to use that to attack the Moors.
Okay.
And make you believe that the name Mari is an alien name, but the name Mari has been constantly established in classical sources as being the native name. And even when I was telling that brother, the word Moor really has to do with the indigenous people, I got a whole bunch of sources and the same information showing that the Moors mean indigenous. It also means aboriginal. You see what I'm saying? Anytime
Yes,
you use
sir.
that terminology, you talking about the original people.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with that.
Can't go around it. So what happens is they would want to take that approach when it comes to talking about the word Mari, dealing with Moor, and say this was given from Latin or given, but when you get to the word black, they don't want to use that same concept.
Right.
You got the word black from a European.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
The only difference between the two is what they are saying is an assertion that can be proven to be a lie. But we can prove that the word black was given to you by the European.
Right.
We can tell you the European that gave it to you. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
See, this is why I tell you a lot of our people like to deal with that selective researching though.
Right, right.
You know what I mean? And it all deals with an appeal to authority when it support what it is that they want to use to go in opposition to something. They don't even know why they opposing the word Moor and Mari like they do. They're just doing it because somebody that presented themselves as super conscious told them that that ain't that. And they didn't even study the word.
Right.
They are illiterate to the word Mari and Moor.
Right. Yes, sir.
And have propped themselves up as if they are a Kemetic scholar. And then at the same time will praise publicly E. Wallace Budge as being the person that they learned from.
Ain't that something? That's like sacrilege. That's real sacrilege.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. So this is why I say either something is wrong with you up here or you're dealing with what we call mental slavery.
That's right.
Islam, Sister Kurtabe.
Yes, Dr. Shahi, you said that they started all this around 3:30.
Yeah, well, what I was saying is that we were speaking of the concept of the Ptolemaic people. When they came into Egypt, they started building their own stuff beside what was already there. And they added certain symbols that didn't exist originally during the time of our ancestors. They added on to some symbols. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
And in addition to the symbols that they added on when they were building their monuments, they added the name Ptolemy in that language.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? That they call hieroglyphics.
Right.
Or what they call the sacred writings.
And then around that same time too, I know 325 is when what his name, Constantine and all of, that's when they was giving us that Jesus stuff. That's when
that's right. Shortly right around that time, right before, and it's even said that Ptolemy had something to do with, you know, a compilation of some of the texts biblically.
Oh,
Wow.
It don't surprise me because he was ruling at the time.
Right.
right.
You know, so surely he had the authority, just like he made certain people. It wasn't him that was inscribing. He had people that was actually native Egyptians under the
Right.
gun.
That's right.
You know, out of scimitar saying, you better do it. I say, you know what I mean?
Yes,
And that's how
yes.
he was able to accomplish it. So it wasn't him that engraved these things. It was people that was already native there,
Right.
but
Right.
they were slaves.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? The same way they got our people now using their sciences now in the new era and time, and they claim it as their own. And then basically you at the mercy of them. You can't even invent headphones. The brother Dr. Dre invented some headphones called Beats, made millions of dollars on them, and he ended up selling them to the European.
Yeah.
Become a billionaire. You know what I mean?
Islam.
So basically you become a slave to your own intellect.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Hey, if you're not in this Morris
Only
American
difference is
government,
they were done by force with them. It's done by choice now with our people. Go ahead, bro.
well, I was going to say, like, if you're not in your Morris American government, anything you come up with, the Europeans own.
Pretty much, because you are ignorant to the fact that you don't own none of this property.
Right.
That's why. Because
Yes,
if you notice, and I showed this to the family before that, anytime you create a lawfully chartered organization, you going on the ownership. They own the organization and they own you.
Right.
You real property.
That's right.
That don't matter for those who call it themselves Moors in a Moorish Science Temple,
Right.
Masons in a Masonic Lodge, Shriners in a Shriners Temple, NAACP. I mean, we can go on and on. You know, UNIA. You know, if it's a corporation established under 501(c)(3), you know, it's still property of the European.
That's right.
You state property. We don't say this to be bashful and beat the people up. We just telling you the truth. And the truth hurts.
National Assistant Grand Chief.
Yes, sir.
You know this brother, Professor Smalls?
Yeah, I got some of his stuff where I actually quote some of his stuff. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is he's coming out now talking about how the Boule, the Black Masons, how they accomplished so much for us.
Well, you know, that's cause Professor Smalls and a lot of these brothers that's putting themselves up as KEMET, they were Masons, bro. That's it. That's all it boiled down to. But you know, outside of that, you know, he said some remarkable statements about the Moors and so forth and so on. And he got his own research, but I'm just telling you what his premise is.
Right.
A lot of that is loyalty to that Western Freemasonry and the oaths that they took.
Well, you know what? See, that's the thing. When
they want to be Afrocentric or Kemetic, but they still got them ties, and they still feel they obligated to not speak so harsh. They got to tiptoe through the tulips, so to speak.
So that's still false, truth and falsehood, strange.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But see, this is what was being demonstrated by W.D. Boase now against Marcus Garvey. But when they broke away, when that one was kicked out of the Boule, then he fled to Africa. You see what I'm saying? Then he tried to act like he was more Afrocentric. W.D. Boase.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
10% as the 5%ers would call them. Evil power elites who manipulate the poor through new forms of slavery.
Wow.
You know, so you know, people like him and you know, a couple of more brothers that was you know, during that time, during the, you know, the time of the Tuskegee.
Well, what about your boy Booker T. Washington?
Booker T. Washington? Well, Booker T. Washington, and that's another thing. When you get into all them brothers that was part and partial of those things before Prophet Noble Drew Ali came, you know, that was prior to Noble Drew Ali. So the prophet said he forgive you for everything that you did before he came.
Yes, sir.
So we can put brothers like that in that category. But even when we look at Booker T. Washington, we can see Booker T. Washington, according to his works, he really loved his people.
He did.
You see what I'm saying? We can see that. We can see Marcus Garvey, who was also a Mason. You know, a part of African Lodge 459. I got the pictures to prove it. I got the newspaper article to show these things. But we see Marcus Garvey was totally for his people.
Yes, sir.
You see what I'm saying? So all of this was pre-Noble Drew Ali. You know, so you have to put them in those particular states.
Yes,
you know, and even some of our people ignorant now,
Mm-hmm.
that have not heard of Prophet Noble Drew Ali and have been under these oaths.
Right.
So you have to also give them room for growth.
Yeah.
But you see them, you tell them the
Well,
truth. The prophet already been here. You tell
absolutely.
them truth and falsehood is trained to mix, but it's just a certain way you deliver that message. We don't hide the truth.
Well, it's gonna still gonna.
They come at us blood raw, so we go the same way. We ain't tiptoeing through no truth.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's why I'm being, mud being slung at me every chance they can get.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them dudes is
that's why we got to back you too, bro. I mean, that's why we got to be up there with you. To
Yeah.
Because you can't let you take all of the weight, the brunt of all of that craziness, because they just don't know. No, we got to stand out there and say, we with you, bro, because we know.
Yeah, well, most definitely, the whole measure is me going out there on the front line to expose them ones.
Yes, sir.
So that ones would know how to defend themselves as well. Like Sister Curta Bay, she gets strength. She say, I see the way, you showing me how to, and that's the intent. That's my real intent.
Right.
It ain't just to go out here and go back and forth with these ones. It's to go out here and show these ones don't know what they claiming to know out here, for one. It ain't to get out here to just, cause we ain't getting no rewards or no accolade for this demonstration. And it's also to bring awareness to our people, because these are the people that are attacking the Moorish paradigm.
Right. Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying? So we expose them.
Absolutely.
So that you would know, how they coming and know how to defend.
Right.
That's all it really boils down to when we're dealing with these ones. So you say, okay, now I know how to deal with that.
Right.
So everything you see that they had to come against the Moor, you see they bringing it toward me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that's why I'm standing in defense of the government and the prophet, showing them that what Prophet Noble Drew Ali brought us can be debunked.
That's right.
Even though some of them agree with the Moors not being who they are, they even starting to embrace it and wanting to hear about the Moors now.
Yes, sir.
You see what I'm saying? They
yes,
saying we got whole group saying we Moors now.
Wow.
Because they recognize the truth. And a lot of them feel like that anyway, but they just under the pressure of opinion and clickism, they can't do it. Me, I'm the type of person, I stand out there before millions by myself being attacked, and I never fold from what I stand on. You see what I'm saying? Wow. It ain't nothing they can do.
You've been duly prepared, brother.
Yeah, I don't care how many of y'all click up together. That ain't gonna make me go another way, because the general opinions of men is on the manifest, because we know the general opinions of men would never alter the nature of the truth.
That's right.
I can be one man amongst a million saying you ain't no Moorish American, and I'm gonna scream Moorish American, all the way to the heavens.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's what we got to be about.
Islam.
That's the only way you can build more. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Let me step out.
I was going to ask.
You muted out, Brother Bati Bey.
Islam gratitude. I had to get a new computer, so all the information I lost, and don't have access to it. I can't even find the computer. So is there a way that you can send me all that stuff again?
Well, a lot of the stuff is in video, my brother.
Yeah,
you can go look at the videos. But like, I know you didn't lose your email address, did you?
Yeah, see, I don't have the code to the email address.
Yeah, but if you got the actual email, you can reset it and then tap into it that way.
Well, it was attached to a different phone number. That's all. That's why
I'm saying like the actual whatever, just say gmail.com. All you do is you go into your new apparatus, and then it says forgot my password. Click on that and you can apply a new password to be able to get in there. And it's gonna show you everything you already have. But like, as far as everything that I've sent you thus far, you know what I mean? That's a long, strenuous process, brother, going back through a whole bunch of old emails, in real time consuming. But I will send you certain measures as you request them when we demonstrate here and there.
Oh, I was just talking about this demotic and heretic, this new stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, a lot of that you'll probably be able to pull up, try to reset your email, but I'm gonna send certain things out now anyway.
You can add some of the Moors for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give my email to new email to the Act One too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I would first too, like, I know you got, I can go into it. What was your email on the original one? The name of it.
tbatybay981 yahoo.com.
Cause see, that ain't disappeared off of my end. You know, I know that's probably still there. When I put T in, the whole thing gonna probably come up. Let me see real quick while I'm here.
Let me see.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Let me go to compose. Let's see. T. There it go right there. I got your email. So all you got to do is go in there and enter that T-Body Bay, like you said, brother. They're gonna ask you, did you forget password? Put forget password, and then it's gonna let you apply your new password, man. You're gonna be able to get back in there on the board just like you was. Islam?
Gratitude.
Yes, sir. And I'm gonna send something to you through it too. You know, when we get a chance to go into the measure a little bit further. Okay, so y'all still see that PDF right there, right? That we have up.
Yes, sir. The hieratic, cursive hieroglyphs, and cursive glyphs.
Yeah,
Yep.
I just wanted to make sure that we seen that before I go to my next slide here. Let me see here. All right. Any other more had a statement or question before we move on?
Islam.
Islam?
Islam.
Yes, sir. Brother Mubasa Bey?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I hear you now,
okay.
Brother. What's the drawing?
Islam.
Islam.
Point out something.
Chopping up, brother, in and out.
Yeah.
Headache in your line.
Yeah, you got a lot of bad. You got a bad chop up going in your line.
What about now?
I hear you now.
Okay. Now, what I wanted to say was, in regards to the measure, I was looking at the language, and you had mentioned the mathematical, the numerical expressions of the letters, and one of the things that I had noticed was that during the time of I say the reinterpretation or the European doing what they did with the language, I see that this was a language that spoke of freedom. Because thinking about letters and creation, that's dealing with freedom, creation, and all like that. And I seen that the mathematical expression, the letters and the numbers, what it say, it's like it's almost like a, what do you call it? The expression where one, what is it? 1 + 1 = 2, right? But if you add a negative or anything in there, right, that's gonna throw off the equation. And so in the language of freedom, I see that anytime you throw a negative, which was, I want to say it's what was it, a consonant, a vowel and 2 consonants at the end, the sentence will always come out as a negative in a negative interpretation. It didn't speak in a positive. But then when you did the math on it, the letters didn't even add up to a complete, truthful, positive mathematical expression. And I seen it with this. I seen that this is also a trick and a ploy that they played on the different nations of the earth. Whenever they would come through and conquer, they would change the letters and then change the letters in the law and utilize that system, which goes back to Western Freemasonry, to basically limit the people and write, pretty much the statutes or whatever they called them at that time, to enslave the people. And now with us learning the Hieratic, it's taking it all the way back to the divine. So you can see the mathematical expression and everything on, what the pure essence of it was. Because you know how you be writing out math problems, you can check your math. You should be, if like you say, if you divide, if you have a division problem, right? Well, you can check a division problem by using multiplication. In the same way, if you have an adding problem, you can use a subtraction to check that. And it's the same thing with the language that I was seeing as far as how they were writing up certain things. And man, it's grand, you know, because you can kind of see just just how they whole plot and ploy came about. I just wanted to share that because that was something that I had noticed, you know. So peace and love, family.
Yeah, Islam. Yeah, we'll get involved with that. You know, that's a more elevated level and degree of understanding. We're going to get into the Egyptian alphabetical letters of the creation cycle and how it relates to all of this. But what it is, at every particular alphabet, they have certain numerical values. You know, the root 22 pretty much go into all spectrum of all the alphabets. But then when you get outside of that right there, you have certain alphabets that were added on. So we'll get into those things and the numerical values that are related or connect to those things in due time. We just getting our people familiar with these different scripts. That's why we travel back through the process of the revelation of the languages. And by the time we get done, we'll be into the numerical value formulas and also Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite. We got to touch on all of that type of stuff. But we just putting it in an order so that people know what they're looking at when we go into it. So
Islam, I got one question. In regards to you was saying the rule 22, that's dealing with the original 22 letters. Is it safe to say that
but not the
during the
original
time
22 letters, that's just the most dominant expression of 22 letters that's being given in relation to dealing with certain measures of the abjad. I wouldn't call them the original 22 letters though.
Okay.
That would be a bit of a reach. That's what we know to be more familiar with. Go ahead, brother. Okay,
so dealing with the 22, is it safe to say that when the vowels were interjected, that's when pretty much the language took a turn, or you seen
forms. Yeah,
you seen different civilizations utilizing the language to enslave? I said, is that during the time that the vowels was the A-E-I-O-U, when that was interjected, would it be safe to say that that's the time that you can trace back to see how they utilize certain systems or form of law to enslave other nations and other people?
Well, I wouldn't put the vowel system in there to say that, because you know the creation of languages just had to do with the creation of language. We ain't gonna say that the creation of language had to do with enslavement in every case. You know, but creation and language had to do with people really spreading out abroad, you know, and these things happen, but under certain circumstances, you know, the rulership and people who rule brought forth their expression or their particular character or characteristic of a language, you know, and then you have some people that tried to impose their language as the supreme language. So we couldn't say that happened all over the spectrum. You know, we would have to go back and study the actual cultures of the people and say, yep, that's when that was done that way. But any other thing, it would just be speculative. But we do know that there was some enslavement that took place under that Ptolemaic period, because we see it right there in their writings. You know what they said. You see what I'm saying? And I'm pretty sure we go and we do research in other areas, we may find certain things like that, but some of it had to really do with people scattering abroad. The older the language, the more it had to do with people just migrating. The more moderate, you know, during the time where people invaded civilizations, this is where you'll find all that enslavement and forcing stuff on people. Islam.
Islam. Yes, gratitude.
Sir. Gratitude. Islamism. So what I want to do, you know, we ain't gonna go through, like I say, trying to break all these, because this is a whole lot of paper. We're trying to show you what we were talking about. These are actually documents, and I have some that's straight in coming out of the German language. Actually, you can't even read it. You know, I'm gonna show you something here. This is the paper I told you where I got a lot of the paper that the brother Mustafa Gadala was referred to. I'm gonna get right back to what I was just showing you in a few minutes. You know, and this is telling you all about the paper. This is the con paper. It's just one paper now. You know, they break the whole thing down, letter for letter, tell you the whole meaning of them. We'll get into all that in due time. That's more advanced in this lesson. You know, a lot of this research we'll end up doing as we go along, you know, on our own. But I want to show you the actual papyri, which I just had on the screen. You can see it's breaking everything down in this papyri here. We gonna vet these things, and we can see what has been added, what has been taken away. These people have been doing this with our history for a long time, family. They've been doing it for a long time. That's why they got documents upon documents where they over here trying to teach our history. And you don't see us nowhere on the manifest. We wasn't doing the right. So they were whooping us with the whip and the pen. So here we go right here. These are actually showing the papyri that they breaking down over here. This is actual original papyri. This is the one that I actually cropped out and put in that other PDF I was showing you. Usertis, the third, page 1. See, this is the symbols that they put on it. Let me see something. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so there we go right there. So look at the original papyri. We know this is the original papyri. You can see the holes in it and everything. It's almost deteriorating, so to speak. That's original papyri. This is a copy. And they created this copy and put these symbols up here as a representation of this, like I showed you all the time. Some of these areas where they put symbols in that papyri below this, you don't even see nothing in there. So people have actually guessed at the measure and put stuff in here. Some areas they left a little squiggly line, but they actually tried to fill in the blanks and some of this stuff up here with these symbols, you know, and that's why we say they buried the alphabet on the symbol. This is another page of the certain papyri. Like when I was telling them ones I got, you know, original papyri, you know, to prove that these people did it. I only showed them that one papyri, but this is what I was referring to, you know, and this ain't the only one. See, they did it again. It's what they call a literary text. They took the original text. Look, you don't even see nothing really over here like that, right? You got a little bit here, a little there, and it's a big space here. But look at this. They done went and pieced stuff together, and it looked like the whole papyri was put together perfect. You see what I'm saying? See, that's what the people ain't learned. This is what these so-called Egyptologists, this is Horus and Set right here. Another papyri. So this was, what are hieroglyphics at up here? That's what I want to see. What are them pictures at that they talking about? So we already know that this is the actual written script. This is not cursive. Is this cursive hieroglyphs, family? No, this is not cursive. This is hieratic that you see, or what we call Ra'im KEMET. Ra'im KEMET, right? So this is Horus and Set. This is their literary put together right here. You see? All they did is took them symbols and tried to compare them. Here's another piece of papyri here. The Versio story of Hay. This is real papyri. Under it, you got the literary text. They don't come up here. A lot of this right here was so fragmented, they had to put the lines up here that they didn't know what was going on. But some of the stuff, they actually tried to fill in the blanks. This is more papyri here. This is a medical papyrus. This is very popular because they actually have certain cures in here for certain modern diseases, you know, that we have. If you go into the Leiden papyrus or the medical papyrus that they call. They talk about all types of situations, high blood pressure, all types of stuff they be talking about. But here's another portion, a fragment of the medical papyrus. All these things are written in hieratic, but they put this old symbol stuff here, you know, later on. So what came first? It's obvious that this came before what they compiled together. You see, which is an admixture of Egypt-Ptolemaicism, or Ptolemaic hieroglyphics. You see how many of these papyri it is in here, family? Now, this is one that is written as cursive hieroglyphs right here. We can see the difference in this. So the European came over here and they went back and forth with the cursive hieroglyphs on the regular hieroglyph. So you already see that connection right there. They call this a veterinary papyrus. You know, we can go and do the researches on, I guarantee you it's another hieratic papyrus that came before that papyrus. But most of this stuff is all in hieratic papyrus. Fragmented out, pieced out, all the way down here. Look at this. You got to know what you're looking at. This is the consensus of a household of the ring of Ankara, right? This is also, you know, they're referring to it as legal documents, right? Papyri upon papyri, all are hieratic, but for some reason, when they transliterate, and this is what they call transcribing, you know, the hieratics into hieroglyphics. That's what they talk about, taking this language and then coming up with these symbols. This is the transcription right here. The transcription is not the true order of the language. You see? I mean, it just go on and on, family, in this particular demonstration. I can just keep going. You know, all this hieratic papyri, but they got you trying to study symbols. Why not teach you to study the hieratic? Because if you go to looking at this and most things is discovered this way, now you're a step ahead and you go to seeing this and transliterating it, you know, now you on to it. But if they keep you looking for these symbols, which ain't got nothing to do with this up here outside of them comparing it to it, you lost. They just fake you out. You down here looking for this to translate something, and they really basing that off of this. So you see what the brother Mustafa Gadala said when he said they buried the original written script up under the symbols? That's what he talking about. So, I mean, we can go on and on and on. It's a whole bunch of hieratic papyri. We showed you in our last one dealing with the Demotic and the resources we had, the hieratic papyri. You know, you can see some of it elongated. You stretch it all the way across a room. You know, it's so long. So, yeah, family, I just wanted to point these things out. I'm finna show you some examples on how they did what they did, how they demonstrated the remix. That's what I want to show you. Look at it. I'm just gonna show you going on and on with this papyri here, though. You know, all hieratic, but for somehow, voila, hieroglyphics, folks. You know, goodness gracious. Boy, I tell you, look at that. You see how fragmented that right there is? So, yeah, it just goes on and on and on, family. I mean, you talking about 315 pages here. Just going on and on and on. Every time they show you a hieratic papyri, they're showing you a hieroglyphic papyri, which they done replicated and copied and trick you and make you believe that you're deciphering some hieroglyphics. And that's why you see me going back and forth with these ones. Islam, Brother Marvin Evans Bay. Yes, sir. What's the drum?
Yeah, God, man. You know, if I may, I know you gave us some sites to the research with. Is that coming out? Oh, you telling me now?
Huh?
Where you get it from, right?
What that?
Google Books?
Well, this right here come from Google Books, yeah.
No, I'm just asking. No, you know.
Yeah, no, you good. You good. I ain't got no problem with you asking. I'm saying
Yeah.
this right here come from Google Books.
Right. The
What I'm
315
saying, though,
pages.
but also, yeah, because when you pull the book up, all you do is download.
Right.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
give you
I
the
see
whole
it.
book. Old information on Google, brother. They got the whole PDFs up.
Right.
From the 18, 17, 16, 1500, they got the whole PDFs. Because ain't nobody there to I guess somebody they didn't put, I guess they ain't got copyright stuff on it. It probably ain't gonna be like that forever though. Pretty sure when they find out people pulling all the truth out there like that, they gonna put a hold on it. But I done downloaded the majority of it, so it don't matter. I already got it in my archive.
Right. I think after long, I think I don't know whether the copyright wears off or something or not. I don't know.
Yeah, but, maybe that might be the case too. You're right, because I think even in the modern time, you have to recopy.
Okay. Right. Yeah, but it makes sense if we need to get on it though. You know what I mean? Like we ain't got no whole lot of time to do a whole lot. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Got to really get active. Yeah, I
Right,
agree.
right.
Attitude
And
about it, man.
also, yeah, some of them books, the resources I gave you, they'll lead you to some of the same stuff.
Right.
You know
Okay.
what I mean? They just done got it and compiled it and put it in certain areas. You know,
Yes,
but
sir.
some of it just research. This is just deep digging that I was doing. So I
Right.
want to go back to this particular measure here because it actually break down a different paper. They give a little history on what they like to talk about in Hieratic. We already know the way we put it in the order that we give it. We know Hieratic came before these symbols. I just proved that just then. But I want to show you some of the things that they were doing because this actually is one paper script with pieces of it where they showing you how they was comparing certain symbols. See, they didn't even have a surety they want to make certain things. You know, the letter A wasn't always the way they put it in the symbol. They played around with it, you know, until they got it to where they felt like they liked it. So if you look in this particular measure here, you see a whole lot of them trying to compare certain things they think look the same. You see? And they come up with these different comparisons, and then they say, all right, well, we're gonna make this letter, and we're gonna make this that letter. They reaching, you see, obviously. But some of them things don't relate to each other at all. A lot of them, most of them, all of them don't. You see? So this is going into different levels of what they call hieratic, old hieratic, and everything. Remember they was talking about the priestly papyrus that Brother Mustafa Gedala was talking about? He was speaking of that. They even was referring to that right here. See the plate, the priestly? This is what Mustafa Gedala was talking about.
Yes, sir. Right.
So that's why I said a lot of this stuff I'm gonna be showing you gonna be in direct relation.
And you know, like
these European compilation of the Germans, when they were trying to compile this stuff and put it together. See these numbers? These numbers that's on the side of them are the Unicode.
wow.
And the Unicode numbers are numbers they created to say, okay, when they put it in a particular area, if you make reference to this, you can take this back to the net reference of the number, and it's gonna give you the definition according to the dictionary they create. That's what the brother was trying to do on the page when he used that digital version when we were speaking to each other. You know, trying to make it look like he was doing some super science. You see, but I know better, but I ain't finna go back and forth with these people on the foolishness. Go ahead, brother.
No, I concur with you, all of that. And you know, really what I was gonna say, I mean, like these folks, they can, you know, they got this, say, software or whatever, you know what I mean? They can create things to almost look where it looks believable.
Yeah,
That
authentic.
It looks like
They make it look, as they call it, quote unquote, professional.
yeah,
You know,
exactly.
And the people eat it up.
A professional lie.
That's that professional lies. There you go.
Yes, sir.
There you go. You couldn't have said it no better. Now, this is one that's in actual German. You know, the original. This is the actual writing of these Egyptologists in German. Same thing I just showed you in English, but this is German. The other one I just showed you was the translation. This is the same thing I was just showing you. You know, all this is German. They actually have it written in cursive in German too. So that's just what I showed you over here. This is the translation of the German, and that's the German in cursive and all. See, they even got all the papyri and stuff they added on here in this one. But you notice, there you go. See what I'm saying? Look at that. That's hieratic.
Definitely.
You see what I'm saying? That's hieratic. It looked like Chinese writing on it.
Mm-hmm.
Look just like some Japanese Chinese writing.
Yeah.
And that's why they say a lot of Chinese writing originated from KEMET as well. We can see that right here.
Right.
We look at this and think of some Chinese writing and scripts that we done seen. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you can see the Kemetic relation. Yeah. See what I'm saying? These are some of the scripts that Brother Mustafa Gedala had in his book. He had some of this in there. But all this right here is straight hieratic. You know, because you got to be able to identify with the script before we go into anything. And so
Right.
now down here, you
Okay.
see they got all the different Unicode numbers on it.
Hmm.
You know, if you were to go to type this in a digital Egyptian thing, these symbols will come up because that's the way they set the standard and put it together. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah,
They
mean
actually
don't make it
they,
right. Go ahead, bro.
I was gonna say they actually took the original language and created their own language off of that.
That's
But
exactly what
then
they
they
did.
and they're gonna be the only one to understand it.
Understand it. There you go. And then the thing is, how they get the people is
Mhm.
that they came up with symbols that actually did exist in Kemet.
Wow.
You see, and then
Right.
they took those symbols and made you think that they was an alphabet.
Right. Right.
You
Okay.
see, now look
Yes,
at
sir.
these here. If you look for this in the so-called Egyptian alphabetical chart, the 26, 22, or how many other the ones they like to put in there, you ain't gonna never find this in no alphabet. You ain't
Right.
gonna find that in no alphabet. You ain't gonna
Right.
find that because they call these so-called determinatives.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying? Something they determine with the truth. So they'll do
Right.
stuff like this and say, okay, this symbol right here, this is just the alphabet. You know, just because
Right.
they see these two things here, this right here got to be the same thing. When in all actuality, this ain't relating to this in no type of way.
At all. Right.
You know, then they say, okay, well, we can do this symbol right here too, since it got the two measures here, and we're gonna put that there and that become that alphabet. You see how they doing it?
Yes, sir.
And they just
Man.
did the whole thing. You can see this is actually when they were creating it to do it.
Yeah, they got me believing.
This is what they showing
That's
you.
real.
Look, yeah, this is the upright arm. Yeah, that look like it right there. That's it. That's it, y'all. That's the alphabet.
Yeah.
You know, here's a nothing right here. That's the symbol right there. You know, only way that'll be true if you're dealing with what we call a comparison between cursive hieroglyphs and pictorial hieroglyphs. And that still ain't a language though.
Right.
That's still meant to be understood metaphysics. So this is showing you how they did this. They got the Unicode written down. They was writing the Unicode out while they were doing this.
Right. Right.
And this has become the accepted Unicode numbers to this day to keep up with this information. So if you go into any digital site and you type in 293, this is what's gonna come up.
Right.
Somebody that's trying to fool you though, use that Unicode and make it look like, you know, they know what they're talking about.
Right. Right.
You see what I'm saying? You can fool those who don't know but no better, but you can't fool me.
No, that's right.
You know what I mean? So this is all it right here. You know, oh, this is the open mouth symbol. That's what they call it. How you know that's what the Kemetics call it?
Right.
Oh, this got to be the open mouth symbol to this alphabet right here because it looks just like it. Surely it's shaped like it. Come on, man. We can't do that. That's guesswork. That's what E. Wallace Budge admitted to. Erratic genius, as he liked to call it.
Wow.
You see?
Sure.
So, you know, this is what was done, family. When I say they took symbols and superimposed them, I'm showing you right here. And none of these, again, I say it again, none of these, a lot of them are dealing with actual alphabets. You ain't never seen that right there in the Egyptian alphabetical chart.
Right, right.
So how you gonna translate and break that down? Is it a word? Oh no, it's a determinant.
Wow.
So how you make sense with a determinant that represents a word instead of being a symbol? Oh, well, it's really determining what the sentence is talking about. Get out of here with that foolishness.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So you can see it. None of these things, with the exception of a few that they have put in light, we know this is one of the things they try to use as an alphabet.
That the hawk?
Yeah, we know that. We know they try to use this for the letter A. You see what I'm saying? That's what they try to do when they pictorial. And then this right here would go back to your hieratic. You know, they'll try to put this up there and say, well, this deals with the hieratic. You know, and these letters here, you know, they're going to put them all together. Wow. So you see the type of game they like to play. Now, this is the actual Unicode, and I'm showing it to you in full pictorial glyphs. See all these pictorial glyphs they got up here? They even put some of the unidentified marks in here in the Unicode. For what? I don't know. Because you couldn't even identify these in paper. So what's the purpose of putting that there? Other than the fact that it's an unidentified mark. Right. But see, so here's a Unicode here. See the Unicode with right next to the determinative?
Right.
at all of that. None of these pictures are in the actual Egyptian alphabetical chart. These are not alphabets, fam. These are not alpha. And a lot of these different symbols, like I said, were created later during the Ptolemaic period. You see, they added on to certain things that was always already here. And that's why they became more proficient in the drawing of them. The neater they are, the more they closer they is to the Ptolemaic period.
That's like telling a lie so much that they actually believe in it now.
Exactly.
And having others to believe it. And that's
exactly.
That's shatanic.
That's right.
Step outside of yourself.
That's right.
Sir.
And so these Unicodes, like I say, this is the number, the Unicode, but these are just determinatives. You got everything mixed in. So you put these numbers in, they're gonna bring up that symbol. That symbol. If you put the number 038 or 47, you know, that's what it is. You see what I'm saying? So this is how they came up with all of those other symbols. And now it makes sense when you hear me saying what I'm saying. But we had to build up to get here. But it's easy for us to draw on it now because we got the whole history from how Arabic came to be, how Coptic came to be, how Demotic came to be, up to now. Now you see how that information also relates to this information indirectly.
Right.
See, it's all necessary. Masterminds, again, are able to trace themselves back the best they know.
Yes, sir.
You know? So I got all of it. That's the thing. I got all of it. Just like I gave you all the lessons in Demotic, I got all of the documents in relation to dealing with these men. But we ain't trying to pour the whole age of benevolence on the people because we got to go bit by bit and precept upon precept, so to speak. This is a prime example on how they tried to break things down from the symbol to the actual alphabet. See how they doing? See what I'm talking about?
Wow.
You know, all this has to do with their doing and their creation.
Right.
These are just whole. Now, mind you, this transliteration ain't got nothing to do with these symbols. It has more to do with the alphabet than these symbols. So the N really represent the hieratic up here, not this symbol down here. That's why you'll see me use the E. Wallace Budge dictionary, but I'm not dealing with them symbols that's there. I'm dealing with the transliterated word, which I know is buried beneath the symbols that they show in the dictionary.
Okay.
The only way out of the fire is through the fire.
Through the fire.
So again, there you go again. This is the actual alphabet. This is the cover.
So that would be
what
over
is
there.
Here in hieratic is going here, not here. Now, if you want to use these as markers, like I said, because they done already did the damage, dealing with damage control, it's all right if you need to use these to identify what you're looking at, but don't confuse this language with these symbols. Just look at them as markers. Yeah, they're markers. They don't have none of that true intrinsic value that the language actually has. Exactly. You know. So when you see this here, that's what's being transliterated from these alphabets. It's not being transliterated from here like they try to make you believe. Sure. And when you transliterating this, to be honest with you, you're really transliterating this and you just don't know it. You see? Wow. So those who have been studying on the Egyptologists, so-called, and been talking about they transliterated these symbols. No, you're really transliterating hieratic, but you don't know you're transliterating hieratic. You're really transliterating Demotic, but you don't know you're transliterating Demotic. So you sound proficient when you're dealing with this, but when I put this in front of you, you say we don't need that. So that lets me know that you don't know what you're talking about. Don't even know, right? Because what you have here come from this. Right. So if you saying we don't need this, then you basically saying we don't need this. Right. Huh? That's right. You see how plain we making it? Absolutely. And the only reason they drag it on to it because the Europeans said it. Master said it too. That's right. Now, let's look at this. Now we can say, all right, you want to try to get away with it, we'll let you get away with this here, right? Yeah. But come on, brother. How in the world you confuse this head with that symbol right there? Wow. I'll wait. So automatically we can see the H and the R right here on the man. And that R is the same as the Demotic R. Then being that I already know what the Demotic R is, That R right there in Hieratic is the same as this is the letter H and this is the Demotic.
Wow.
I mean the letter R in Demotic, same thing. So that's the H and the R. You know, look here.
Now that, okay.
You see how they tried to get it in there. Now we know this right here don't look nothing like this right here. Come on, stop it. We see what you're getting at, but we know better. Like this here. Look here. Boy, they did. That's a lot of work though to go through these papyri and try to pick out what you think look like a symbol and put that together. That's a lot of wasting time is what that is.
Yeah.
But we do know this is who.
Well, their whole life is wasted.
Yes, sir.
Be
Capital.
real, but they ain't
Capital.
real.
That's capital.
Yep.
Remember the brother said, what this symbol right here is? It's a symbol of Nefert. Remember he tried to point the glyph out and I told him what it was. Oh, that's an easy one. You know, and I don't even deal, like I told him, I know what y'all be doing. I know how to interpret this stuff the way y'all interpret, but I don't read it that way. That's what I kept trying to tell him. I want to see if you can read this, if you're a real mastermind.
Right.
Because that ain't what y'all ain't teaching that. You see? And so you're going to find out that a lot of the Demotic script is in line with the Hieratic script. So when you look at the transliteration, you can see it. Kepsini. Just look at all this here. So, I mean, it don't get no plainer than that one. You know, we showing you what has been done, the remix or the remix, you know, of Egyptolemaism. You know, they did a good job, a long, strenuous process of trying to convince our people that the alphabet was a symbol. Then they say in order to try to make it look like these symbols as old as the alphabet, oh, they originated at the same time. Because to admit that the Hieratic is this old, but these symbols came later would contradict their thesis. You see? Oh, yeah. See, this is what we mean when we say that we see through muddy water and spot dry land. I don't need this over here to see that that right there means MHET.
Wow.
MHET.
Okay.
Because that's the K right there.
Right.
See? I don't need all this right here to go through the transliteration because we did the exercises with the Demotic already. So we can already eyeball this right here and really tell what it's saying.
Right.
Even though we ain't got into it yet, you could already eyeball this right here and see what's being said here. That's perfect.
Yeah.
That's perfect. You know, I'm just going through certain measures, just looking at the obvious of what I know our people are already familiar with. Look at that. Back cool. That cup. Right. You see it? See how you pick that up? We ain't got into it yet, and you already see it. Because you don't need, you know, that other stuff they talking about right here. Yeah, that's right. See what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It ain't hard if they trying to make it. We know this is the letter M. We just pointed that out. But they try to say this symbol represent the M in hieroglyphics.
Boy, they wanted to bury us forever in a day.
Yeah, now how did they make this owl look like this? Look, y'all Egyptologists gonna have to explain this to us.
I know.
How does this resemble an owl? Man, y'all reaching.
They got tired. They got kind of tired, so they just threw some of this. But they ain't gonna anyway.
They got tired. That's exactly what happened. Look at this. Oh, look at the reed plant, y'all. It looked like this letter over here, the letter J. Oh, this is the letter W in Hieratic, but it looked like this little curl. Come on, man. Stop the madness. These people been playing with our teachings.
Yeah.
They
just tried to take it over. They took it over in actuality. But you know, even like in that that letter, what's the name? That dude that told him how to make a slave.
Yeah, Willie Lynch.
Yeah, he said that there's a phenomenon or something like that.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Once they create it.
Yeah, but I'm saying unless there's something that would happen, that's going to happen because it's in us already. You know, if that happens, then you know it's over, game over.
That's right. That's right. And we are the phenomenon.
That's right.
We are the phenomenon. So,
yes, sir.
You know, we don't want to go any further into this at the measure. We just want to show you what we're dealing with. And we already got the side by side comparison.
Right.
You know, so what we're gonna work on is familiarize and get our people to familiarize themselves with the Hieratic, you know, abjad, order it, because all you got to do is use your previous demotic and put it right beside it. You got, well, you got the whole demotic demonstration now, where you know for sure. Remember, I gave you that the access to all of those breakdowns of each letter, so you can pull your abjad order out that way, and all is well. So I just want to say gratitude to our family. And at this time, what I'm gonna do, I see our National Grand Sheik is on the manifest. They couldn't get on at headquarters, you know, because our sister Nefertiti ain't really familiar with these apparatuses. Sister Hefsheps, who is on a mission. And so our National Grand Sheik is on the manifest, Dr. Serapis Amin Rael. So let us call forth our Grand Sheik first and foremost, the Godhead. Islam, you there, Grand Man?
Islam. We've just been rolling with you. This demonstration here, Mo. Woo. Let me rise and give a lot of praise, adoration, thanksgiving, and glory, and to his love thought, who gave us the tools and the instruments to retell our story. Prophet Noble Ali. Thank you, Prophet, for setting us all free. Honors to all whose honor is due, especially honor to all of you. This is a grand demonstration, more. I'm going to try to catch up and stay up, put a little twist on me with that, not that.
Islam Sheik, we can't hear you.
Yes, sir. Your volume dropped on the sheet.
What about now? Can you hear me?
Islam, we hear you loud and clear, Grand Man.
Islam.
Islam, like I was saying, this is very deep wisdom is being brought forth for our review as a people. And when we get ready to step back out there to the four corners of the world, to all nations, as I said at the initial, we got to have this lesson. We got to have these tools, or what we call these jewels, because they open up many a door that has been shut, closed, and hidden from us. And like the Sheik was pointing out, as well as other interested disciples, how one has taken the demonstration and stole it and tried to call itself hiding it. But it says in the sacred text, even though you try to hide that which you cannot hide, because Allah is the writer of all. So it's going to be brought forth by one who is student and duteous in bringing forth the teachings. And that our sister Grand Sheik happens to be that particular one. So we definitely want to acknowledge that and pray that one day soon that we'll be able to, like the Dr. Detra Carter Bay would say, we strive. We may not be driving, but we're striving to drive. And we with you more. Much love to you. Keep giving it to us. Pound that hammer in till it becomes a part of every part. Islam.
Islamism, Sheik, Islam, we give honors to you for giving us the strength and the fortitude to pound that demonstration in through and through. Praise be to Allah. Islamism. Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about, fortification. We out here to fortify. Man, that's a grand measure our sheep brought forth to the manifest. And just also two more. Here's another site. This is the actual site that will be friendly for you. A site that deals with what they call Sesh Kemet Egyptian Scribe. And it has a lot of resources on here, family, dealing with the Coptic, Hieratic, and all that. I didn't introduce this information earlier, you know, because we didn't want our family getting taken off the course. But now that we are here and we have arrived, these things will be useful. Like, for example, when you come here in the Hieratic area, you click on it, you see they have the word MATHENO'S here, right? And they choose to spell it that way. That's dealing with the sign list, a different alphabetical list that somebody else created. You know, and notice that they're calling Hieratic MATHENO'S. And that brother that I spoke to, he was saying that Hieratic wasn't called MATHENO'S. You know, that's why I told you MATHENO'S is used across the spectrum of the language. You know, and they even go into a little breakdown in here and give their breakdown, but you'll be able to separate the bones from the fish. You know what I mean? And they tell you here that the word Hieratic is a Greek word. You see, the Kemetic word MATHENO'S refers to the language, but KEMET is the language that the word that I chose. And I got a measure to pull that up to show you in a little bit later on throughout our studies as to where we're coming from with that. It's actually, I'm gonna show you all the different terms that the language is referred to. You know, so and you'll see why we chose KEMET. Okay, so he says Hieratica, your grammatica, Ramata. It say meaning priestly right. So their definition in the Greek means priestly right, right? They say it was a cursive writing system of hieroglyphics. This is where they wrong at, you know, because we don't look at the Hieratic, you know, as the system of writing a hieroglyphic. We see hieroglyphic, cursive hieroglyphs is that. And that's where I say the European has confused the hieratic with the cursive hieroglyphs. You see, that's one way where you separate, you know, the bones from the fish, so to speak. So it says the Egyptians did not make a distinction between carved hieroglyphics when written, and they were both called MATHENO'S. Now we can go with one on this particular drawing here, that when they deal with the hieroglyphics and they use the term in reference to MATHENO'S as a word that go across the spectrum. But even then, when you deal with those symbols, we know those symbols are not meant to be an alphabet. MATHENO'S means language of God. So just by the context of dealing with language of God in itself, we know the language of God has no alphabet that deals with his particular language. So that right there lets you know that the term MATHENO'S sets the language apart from written language because it's dealing with a spirit of the language. You see what I'm saying? We can call it MATHENO'S, the written form, but it's really the spirit that we refer to because it deals with language of God himself as opposed to language of man. You go in there and you contemplate on them symbols like Yehoshua did when he went down into that chamber. This is the language of God because you're listening to the silent voice that speaks within. So when you hear MATHENO'S, this is how we see it. We want to give honor to the brother Ra'u Nefer Amen, who wrote the book MATHENO'S, but he don't have MATHENO'S in a written form. The MATHENO'S he referring to deal with metaphysics. That's one of our brother Body Bay favorite sources. I got it up there on my shelf, volume 1 and 2. He got a whole volume of it, but it's mostly metaphysics. We give honors to that brother for the metaphysical breakdown. So it went on, you know, it goes into other measures where it was just talking about it was easier than carving. You know, Hieratic was used for documentation, you know, in Egypt as well as Nubia. This is what they are reasoning. See, all of this is reasoning that these ones got. Though they have some good information and resources here, we just got to know, you know, what was put there, you know, systematically by the European and what our ancestors demonstrated. Always keep that in mind. Some of these things, when you read, you got to say, now, how would they have known this? I'm speaking of those who, the European that come up with this stuff. How would they have known what our ancestors, they didn't know what our ancestors thought. They guessing our ancestors may have thought this way. So we have to start teaching that to our people as well. Don't teach it as if just because the Europeans say that's what it is, that's what, no. That ain't what we here to do. And see, it got a link right here to the same resources that I directed the Moors to before. Right here in this website. You see? Hold up. Let me make sure. Let me go back here. What was recently closed. Well, all I got to do is do this here. Sesh in KEMET. And go right back to it. But nevertheless, yeah, but this is not the only thing here too, Moors. You see all these drop down windows here? Like this goes back to what I was showing you when I was talking about, when I showed you earlier, all them symbols that were written in German. Now this is how after they got it into the English language and they transliterate, see, hit determinative, right? When you hit determinatives, it's gonna tell you what determinatives is according to what they like to build on. But it gives you different parts of determinatives that are represented in certain measures, like a man, right? Then they have a person, then they deal with the action. They say, okay, this represented people, mankind, Egyptian. This is eating, drinking, feeling, thoughts, praying or praise. And all of these are, you're gonna always find these symbols that come up, you know, but this is their interpretation, nevertheless, of these determinants. You don't even have to accept all of that if you see something that needs to be spoken of in a different way, you know, but nevertheless, all of these are determinants that'll make it help for you to be able to demonstrate metaphysically. For example, just looking at this right here, you know, and seeing, you know, people and humanity, you know, you can go into a metaphysical understanding of that. If you have a Kemetic insight, you know, the concept of Eden, there's a metaphysical example that can be given to Eden, you know, feeding from the ethers of our native plane. So I'm just giving certain measures here. Okay, so I'm just walking you through these special drawings. See this right here, when you click on Gardenia's list, it pulls up, it's taking you to Wiki now, but it's pulling up the one we just went in, man and his occupants. Look at here, this is what a lot of these guys do when they get up here trying to act like they speaking metanet. So they'll open up this, and then they'll go to the sign in the Unicode and then try to connect this to a particular text of E. Wallace Budge or Alec Gardenia. And now they're making you look like they demonstrate some real super metanet. You see, we're going to demystify this demonstration today. So I just want to show you how these things go. The woman and her occupants, they got all women, you know, and symbols dealing with that, and they show you here. Matter of fact, they actually go through them all here. The parts of the human body, determinants, mammals, you know, the animals, parts of the mammals, you know, all this is scientific expression the European like to use. Birds, they got determinatives for parts of the birds, amphibious animals, crocodiles, and all that right there. See how simple it is? You know, and all of these they try to make into a language, but these are things and not alphabets, because there's no alphabet that look like these symbols here. There's only 24 of them now. So if I'm showing you all this symbol right here, you know, what do these symbols fit across the alphabetical spectrum? And if I use these symbols that are not alphabets, then how do you make sense of them? Especially when they don't have a letter beside them. Some of them that do are represented by alphabet, they have a letter beside them. You see, them way they created it. We don't agree with that. You see? So nevertheless, these are the secrets that are really not secrets, or things they use. They have the list, as we showed you. They got the different ABCs and unilaterals. Let me blow that up too, so make sure y'all see that. Bilaterals, trilaterals, as they like to call them, quadrilaterals, all them terminologies that was invented by the European. Our ancestors didn't call it that. We understand the systematic creation. They got numbers and measurements. You know, they go into the words, you know, dealing with the numbers in the words. They show you the Coptic relations. You're going to see Arabic stuff they put in here. That's why it was necessary that you learn all of that you learned before you read this type of stuff. Because now when you see it, it's going to jump right at you. Hieratic, Demotic alphabets. I'm going to go back here to show you something too that I didn't go into. You can actually see, again, they go your Demotic, they go your Hieratic, they go your so-called hieroglyphic. So you can see that this is the letter, you know, that they go into with the letter Ba. They didn't even put the letter A right here in this particular area. But look, it is Hieratic again. This is that H. Remember I was telling you about that H and that R early? See the hieroglyphic they got up here, trying to put a symbol up there to match it. But nevertheless, this will help you when you come to create your abjad order. You know, right here. You can go right here. So this website here is almost like a one-stop shop, so to speak. You know, it got your Coptic alphabet if you want to go into that, you know, and learn about different measures of the Coptic. You know, it's all right there for you. You know, with the knowledge that you already have, you can't be deceived. It shows you the Ethiopic, a little portion of that. They ain't really got a whole lot on the Ethiopic, you see. But there is information out there that does go into that. This is the Hieratic script. You see, this is where the vowels actually came from, the Hieratic script. This is the first one here. They look like they tried to put some order to, but it still ain't in complete abjad order. But the A, E, I, O, and the U come from here. It comes from Hieratic, you know, which is actually connected to what they call Old Nubian, or Nubic. Now, this is going to really be the key that we got to get our people to understand. This is where they came up with the concept of trying to make the pictorial language a language, as they call it, a pictorial symbols in a way, a language. They really were copying the concept of proto-Sinaitic, which was created by our ancient ancestors, the Moabites. So you see all these symbols here? They got certain hieroglyphic alphabetical glyphs. In the older charts, they put beside this and was calling them hieroglyphics. But this type of writing was created by the people of the proto-Sinaitic was created by the Kemites. I mean, the Canaanites who were exiled, you know, by Joshua and so forth and so on. So we'll get into that. All that's going to be noteworthy. We're going to have to bring all this up when it's said and done. We're going to get to all of that, but it's right here in this website. That's my main thing. I'm just trying to show you your resources. You see, those are all of your resources. Now, outside of those languages there, and we're going to go to our Moorish kin in a second. We just want to show you the navigation process. Like I said, you can't, these things have to be going. They got grammar rules, they so-called created. You can take it with a grain of salt. You know, these are certain things they come up with. You don't have to live by it, die by it, but they may be helpful. You know, Coptic sayings, Egyptian sayings, royal titles, titles and jobs, Egyptian name. You know, all these things would be useful, but don't take them as they the end all and be all. See? So, and this is what I was telling y'all before. When I told you there's many different ways of expression when it comes to dealing with the language. See how they saying Muda, Ra in KEMET? They saying, well, this was Upper Egypt. They're saying that the Muda Ra in KEMET is Lower Egyptian. They showing you where these things were supposedly located at. Matau, Ni KEMET. This is all referring to different expressions of the way the Egyptians referred to the language. See, they got Meru Ah in KEMET. Meru Ra in KEMET. You see? So I'm just showing you all of that right there, Moorish kin, to show you that, I mean, they got dictionaries up here. As we say, we got etymology. You got the Netcharu, they go in to point them out. I always told you that they even got the term Allah. You know, it actually traced back to this name of Ah. See, they say per Ah here. And this, we showed you who Per A was. They showing you what a different so-called Eurocentric scholar. Remember I showed you Ea and the statue of Ea, and Gardenia used the term E without the R. That's the letter A is still there. We know that's the letter A in between that. Budge put it as AAH. You know, then it goes to the Ja, and there it is. Ah, you see? This is also where they come up with the Yare-A. You know, also connect to the Ja, or the Ya, or the Ya, and also where they come up with the Ya and the Yahweh concept, you know, in Ja. So they always depict him in that particular state. You know, all of this right here shows you certain measures on where certain things come from. So this is just a powerful demonstration to show you more. You know, it talks about all the different certain calendars they use. Certain different people use different calendars. The Egyptian soul, it break down a couple of things. They got research links here. They got your Unicode. Remember I was saying about that? So Islam. So gratitude more. Is there any more? Let me see. I didn't call it. Yeah, our brother Torre Simpson Bay. Islam. You there, grand man?
Islam, here, there, and everywhere, grand man. Grand class. Islam.
Gratitude.
Islam. Dr. Nu, Rasul, Simpson Bay, National Sister Grand Chairman of Moorish America, Islam. Well, another Grand Egyptian Adeptus Research class. And as you were speaking, with this demonstration bring about heretic and the differences of the heretic and hieroglyph, and pretty much knowing that the hieroglyph is not the letter, as you displayed in your comparison. So I thought about, you know, when our beloved prophets say that in the year 2000, the Moors will come into their own. And I say that in lieu of us, you know, our prophet bringing us everything that it takes to save us as a nation. You know, we're taking and save yourself. And then we also know that our prophet brought back to us Islam. So entering into Islam and, you know, being in our sacred grove and having the protection to be and exercise the breath, you know, being the truth made manifest, you know, this is why we are here today. So I have to give also honors to the tribe of endurance, you know, for also exhuming the nation with our prophet repeating himself in the literatures that we have today in our sacred grove. And like I said, you know, we look at our journey when it comes to the ears, look at the reflect on, you know, where we were at and how we've gained or grown apace in our own degree of understanding. So it's grand, you know, it's just a grand blessing and honor to be home in the sacred grove, and knowing that when our prophets say more is be yourself, more study yourself, hey, that's what we're doing. So gratitude, Dr. Shahid, for all that you do, all that you're going to do. Long live Moorish America, Islam.
Islam, and gratitude to you for the measure. You know, we often have those who like to ask the question, you know, did Prophet Noble Drew Ali teach on KEMET? Why didn't Prophet Noble Drew Ali teach on KEMET? And I have to tell these ones that when you go into the Circle 7 itself, you know, you're talking about KEMET. I mean, the 18 missing years was him and John going through Kemetic initiations and so forth and so on. And then when you get into the other portion of the text dealing with our social duties, you know, you're talking about, you know, a grand source, you know, that actually is credited to Akhenaten IV, you know, according to my research. So when we deal with that alone, the document of the Circle 7 is Kemetic. That's why the prophet was called the Egyptian Adept Master. You know, even among the Coptic fellowship and those who were initiated like Hamid Bey, not to be confused with Dr. Suleiman. You know, Hamid Bey went through the chambers of initiation after Prophet Noble Drew Ali. You know, other individuals such as Haji Ali, you know, with a name similar to Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Haji Ali went through the chambers of initiation after the prophet. But nevertheless, if you go through a lot of the expressions of the historical record, you will find, you know, the connection. I'm gonna just show you something briefly here. Because a lot of time when I get to building with our family, certain measures come to me to bring forth, and I just move as the spirit have me move. You know, because at that time, it's need be that certain things be said. We bring things to the manifest for clarity. So let me give you this right here. And we getting ready to hear from our other Moorish kin. I want to be brief in the way I do this. For example, I gave this measure on Sarnetta's show, and it was received with a favorable reply. You know, for example, you know, it is me of my opinion, you know, that I hold fast to the fact that, you know, this brother right here, seen here, that's our prophet. I hold fast to that right there. You know, over there in the area, you know, I just blowed it up and cropped it out right here. You know what I mean? But you can see the obvious features right here. Everybody that see it say the same thing. But you know, also, you know, being depicted here, you know, because this was during that same area. I did research during the time that he was supposed to be over there between, you know, 1902 all the way up to the 1912 period, you know, between that time period. So nevertheless, if you see the way our prophet is standing here and the attire that he has on, there's a grand significance in relation to this attire and him being there. You know, and we're gonna show you something here in a second. Let me scroll down a little bit. Now notice the prophet was demonstrating certain measures here. You know, it was talking about him being the seventh wonder of the world, and come everyone and see him, you know, the seventh wonder of the world, you know, and he and his great Moorish drummer, you know, and he was gonna basically demonstrate the process of, you know, being able to even escape, you know, from certain measures. You know what I mean? So the prophet used to demonstrate like that. You see, being tied and bound. See it down there, Prophet Noble Drew Ali will be bound with several yards of rope as Jesus was bound in the temple of Jerusalem and escape before the authorities could charge him. So would the prophet Drew Ali perform the same act after being buried, bound, pardon self, by anyone in the audience, and will escape in a few seconds. Now note the prophet was doing this before Hamid Bey came to the United States. Hamid Bey came to the United States after Prophet Noble Drew Ali was doing this. Prophet had already been through the adept chamber and became known as Egyptian adept before Hamid Bey. Now, evidence and testimony to this Egyptian connection is the teachings of the brother Sheikh Ahmadid, as they call him, who created the Fahimi Temple, or the Fahimi Gospel, Fahimi Temple of Islam. No, this was a student of the Prophet's Canaanite temple, and he paid homage to the Prophet in his literature. We consider Drew Ali as a prophet. He spoke of Amada, India, because he was also a part of the Baha, I mean, the Ahmadiyya community. He was also affiliated with the Bab community, the Bahas, after the Prophet. These were certain people that taught, but he was demonstrating on the concept of the seal of the prophets, you know, and how this seal of the prophet don't mean what they say. He say basically the same way that we teach. Another pressure, a purpose of Measures Par himself, when he spoke of the prophet as the reincarnation of Drew Ali, because he's seen all our greats as reincarnation. This brother was teaching a lot of Kemetic science, you know, in his works. Even in his catechism or his questionnaire is very similar to what the prophet taught. And there were many who came around the time the prophet was here. You see the famous sheep robe being worn by a lot of these teachers out of India. It said in certain history that I heard the prophet was along with a fakir of India. You know, this brother was in the Americas at the time. You know, Krishnamurti and, you know, so forth and so on. This is the brother Hamid Bey that was the Egyptian adept that had the test of swimming, you know, through a dark, murky waters that was crocodile infestated for his test, placed in the presence of poison and so forth and so on. Look at the headdress. He was said to be the 7-ring master. It's 7 degrees. If you go through the process of the teachings they have, he has a lot of that, which is relative to the same thing we taught. But yet he came after the prophet, and he came straight from Egypt though. Go figure. Buried alive for 3 hours. This is the one that basically put Houdini to rest. We talking about eternal rest. Because Houdini tried to challenge this brother, and he got down there and he basically was buried, and you know, his appendix, they say, busted. You know, and they say he died from that complication. Some say he died after burying himself alive or whatever, but he was dealing with Hamid Bey. And they call him the Egyptian miracle of men. Member of the Coptic cult, not a magician, but genuine. You know, you will see him over here with all these individual world teachers. You know, the same Indian that I just showed you, Paramahansa, as they call him. That was the one. Krishnamurti is also depicted in this particular demonstration with Annie Besant. You know, Annie Besant is a European woman, you know, who was part and partial. Henry Steele, Alcott, all of them was a part. Halcott, they was all a part of the Indologist cults. You know, but they was sitting at the feet of these particular ones. Nope. These ones come after the prophet. Here's the one they called the human regurgitator. They got videos of this one that would regurgitate, you know, for feet, certain things. They said he did it with nails and all types of stuff, but they say our prophet was demonstrating certain measures that people like to make light and fun of. It ain't strange, because my father told me about a brother that he know, and he tell me about him all the time, because my father very deep man. And he told me about this guy long time ago that actually was able to bend bars. And the European told that one that if he can bend these bars, that he could escape. You know what I mean? He was so strong, my father said. This somebody my father knew of. This after the prophet's time. And he said this one actually bent that bar, you know, and came up out of that demonstration, and they let him go. You know, this is somebody he was speaking. He was just talking about people that had certain powers. And I'm like, my father don't even know. He telling me of some adept stuff over here, but he ain't part and parcel of what we part of. But that's how he think. You know what I mean? He very deep. But nevertheless, you see the similar headdress that Haji Ali has on, you know, which makes it remind you of the name El Haj Sharif Abdul Ali. But notice he's standing with the same science as our prophet was demonstrating above, you know, in his youth, as we showed you up here. You see what I'm saying? So signs and symbols are for conscious mind and men of understanding, family. It don't take long to tell the truth. You know, and the mastermind most definitely leave their footprints clearly cut that one may know that they went that way. And it wouldn't surprise me that, you know, that the prophet probably brushed shoulders with some of these individuals later, because remember, they came after him. They didn't come before him. He was called Egyptian adept before they came. Now look at this particular one, Haji Ali, like I said. He has the same type of publication. He was called the Great Egyptian Enigma. You see? And his thing was, again, dealing with the regurgitation. You can go on to YouTube and you will see him actually demonstrating this. He was called the 9th wonder. The prophet was called the 7th wonder of the world before him. You know, even Hamid Bey was called a wonder of the world. But these were all Egyptian adepts recorded on the record. You see? So we know what we're talking about. A lot of this stuff ain't never been spoke of in the MST of A, because they never been taught this. The so-called adepts in the chambers didn't even know this. But now it's being revealed from the mouth of babes. Islam. So all right. At this time, since we called everybody on the manifest, I think our sister Alcetta Moonell may be on the manifest. Grand National Secretary of the State, Assistant Grand National Secretary of the State. Are you there, Goddess and Queen?
Islam Grandma, she's not available. Actually, she's at work at this particular moment in time. Gratitude.
Okay, gratitude. Islam. Well, you can come forth since you the first official that's present on the call to come forth and give your measure, brother, and we'll go with everybody else who want to volunteer, and then we'll close it out. Islam.
Well, Islam, gratitude, Grandman. This is what I have to say, because I missed some classes. I'm playing catch up. In all honesty, I know that this is something that definitely have to have because was doing some studying, and the whole objective that for which we have been called. And praise be to Allah for you, Brother Shaheed. Indeed, you are a master teacher. You know what I mean? And you're setting the example, and that's the path. This is what I'm getting from everything that you bring. Letting us know this is the path, this is the course, and it doesn't always mean that maybe we have to go down to say a particular, like you say, the 12 departments. We may have a specific department that our Father God has called us to master, but the whole subject matter of this adept research class, this is what I'm getting, is that each and every one of us is on the path of becoming a master teacher. And it takes a lot. And when we say that, we understand, right, from experience. Sometimes we get a little weary, but we understand that Allah, when He calls us for something, like the prophet said, He has already given us everything we need to accomplish it, and we just have to stick with it. Keep knocking at that door. You know what I mean, and be persistent, and eventually, things will open up. Grand classes, especially just from what I've seen today with the Hieratic and the demonic, it is so clear. I'm gonna say it like this. Just the illustration itself, that you posted up when you shared the screen, that by itself, like you said, I don't see how anyone could dispute that. In fact, I had a brother that I work with, that I've been talking with every day, and he's coming along, but he sent me a thing about, I can't remember the sister's name, and to show you how wonderful these classes are that you gave, right? I was able to, this sister called herself, first of all, the first thing I identified, she went to one of them universities, and she belongs to the one of those Egyptologist orders. That's the first thing. So we know that anytime that we hear that word Egyptologist, there are some exceptions, but most of the time when you hear that word Egyptologist, we understand that the training that they got does not allow them to actually reveal the true history, the true people, right, and origin, or in other words, just the plain truth about the Kemetic history. So I sent the brother one of your videos, you know what I mean, and I made him aware, of the site that you have, the Egyptian adept. And man, the brother called me back. He was so elated, and this is what he said. He said, I never knew that there was any one of us, right, that had that type of knowledge, So you're a prime example of it, brother. All I can keep saying is I have much respect and love for you. And what I'm getting from that is the whole need. See, today we had a class and it was on teaching. What is the purpose of us being in this sacred grove university? That's our purpose. To be an angel, it means to become a master teacher. So, I'm gonna keep knocking at this door. You ain't got to worry about me going nowhere, brother. I'm lagging behind. Yes, I am. But I know that my Father God Allah, right, will not allow me to stay as such. Islam and gratitude for everything that you do, brother. Definitely, I appreciate you beyond words. I can't even express it. And all the Moorish kin, especially, I'm especially, right, proud of my beloved sister Dinja Ani Akurda Bay. You know what I mean? Because I can remember, here in the consulate when she used to be so quiet. You know what I mean? And she was very seldom, and Allah has really, really opened it up. And she attributes that to, you know, the research class, you know, the thing that you come on, and the conference call, right? So Islam and gratitude. Let me stop running my beak. Islam and gratitude, Grand Man.
Islam and gratitude for the measure, brother, and all that you do and all that you will do. And yes, sir, we have a charge here to bring this truth to our people. When we say Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate, make no mistake about it, because some people, because we don't allow but the executive rulers to come into this class, think that this is just some secret meeting. No, this is not a secret meeting. The reason why we do it this way is so that we keep the course. And like we say, we ain't trying to tear it long, so we don't bring our people up, you know, that's just that. If you are executive ruler in the Moorish American government, you have responsibility of guiding and teaching in the whole of the nation. And so those who are executive rulers come to this particular level so that you learn this lesson and take it back to your consulate and master it, and even bring more out of your own research as well. But nevertheless, you won't bring those who have not yet fully come into the knowledge of the government at this degree of understanding, whereas we would have to answer too many questions along the way, and we wouldn't be able to go through the lesson because we would be asking questions more than teaching the lesson. And we don't want to put a burden on them in that way, you know, nor a burden on those who may have to instruct outside of myself later on down the line, which we know it'll come to that anyway. And so we don't keep this measure secret from the public, because every time we get done, we release this immediately to the public. Now, all the questions they have, they can go back to the previous videos by the time we complete a particular subject matter, and the answers is all right there for them. But that's where they have to be sincere and do the due diligence, you know, because we have to keep it moving, and we can't continue to hold hands over and over. If you want to hear it over and over, go back to the playback. You can listen to it as many times as you want to. Nothing wrong with coming and ask a question here and here from people that are here, but now you got a network of individuals that you can get a drawing from, you know, and know what it is. So that's, we want to put that out there so that our Moorish kin know the purpose, you know, on why these things were brought forth. Remember, the Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate was created for the purpose of us to become a research team, a research society. So this is basically building up, you know, information for our library of archives. You know, all of that's coming out of this. We laying a basis for that. We dealing with the Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate right now online, but there will come a time where we have a brick and mortar Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate in the building form, and many of them to spread throughout. You know, that's just dealing with the 12 departments. But all is well. We will allow these things to unfold when Allah deem it to be fit. And they will unfold, you can believe that, but that's the intent. So we just say gratitude, Grand Man, for that drawing. And now we're gonna go to our brother, Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay, and we're gonna get you to Sister Curta Bay. Islam.
Islam.
Islam, Grand Man.
Gratitude for calling me. Yeah, this is Dr. Elvis Bay. Praise non-self-government government. Yeah, I had stepped out for a minute, had to, you know, take a run for some medicine. So we're still on track with the Adam and Eve and everything that you brought thus far. All right.
Oh yeah, I mean, in reference to the Adam and Eve, you know, you see the chairman use the term, he referenced all the many different Adam. We know Adam is just really a corn word, if you want to mention that, dealing with the beginning of nations. I mean, you the Adam and Eve of your family if you got children, you see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
With your God that made them. You know,
yes, sir.
Each and every one of us using Adam in that way, it goes beyond looking at Adam as, you know, our mother and father on the manifest, because each and every one of us represent an Adam and Eve from that aspect. You know what I mean?
Great. Yes, sir.
But when you go into the, you know, first physical man that's mentioned, we know his name is not Adam, because Adam is mentioned in the questionnaire.
Yes,
You
sir.
see what I'm saying? Up. Now, when you go into the measure of dealing with the beginning process, you know, we can go into the root of dealing with, you know, Adam and Codman, Adam, from that aspect. But, you know, even that is just dealing with the original man. That's what that name represents, the original man. You
Yes,
see,
sir.
we can say Adam, God, man, you know, from that aspect, you know, it all has to do with basically the variations of telling the people who a man is and so forth and so on. But,
Yes, sir.
remember, it said his name cannot be used by those, you know, except those who are executive rulers of the AC, the MST of A. And that's really talking about above your neck.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
So praise be to Allah. Islamism without the schism. You
Yes,
had anything else, brother?
you know,
Outside?
you know, like I said, I just stepped out, and so no, I just want to say it was a great class, and we appreciate all that you do.
Okay, Islam,
Gratitude.
gratitude.
Yes,
Well, all
sir.
right,
Yes, sir.
Sister Curtis Bay, come on in here, goddess and queen.
Islam, Islam, Islam. First, let me rise and give praises to the great God Allah. I give honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali. I give honors to Act One. I give honors to all my government officials. And as always, National Sister Grand Sheik, I tell you, I give honors to you for all the work you do. And I can't give honors to you enough for being patient with me. I'm enjoying my class and family. I have to be here because I think I've shared this with you all before, but this is what I prayed for even before, even when I was in the church. So the great God Allah has opened this up for me to study. Like I said, I asked for this when I was in the church, to be under my people, to teach me about my ancestors and stuff. I've been asked for this. Now that he's opened up the door, to me, that would be very disrespectful on my part to not to do all that I can do to be here, because he made it possible for me to be a part of this. And even though sometimes it be challenging because I'm learning how to do computer and all of that, but I asked for it, and he has honored my prayer. And Brother Shahid, I tell you, I thank you. Gratitude for what you showing us. And this morning, and gratitude to our National Assistant Grand Chairman too, for always sending us out that playback, because without them playbacks, I tell you, I'd be lost. And gratitude, God, man, for being on your post, for doing that, and just having this material to always go back and fall back on. And what you were showing this morning, because I was here from the beginning, taking you took us through the Arabic, the Coptic, the Demotic, and all the languages. I'm thinking and I'm praying and I'm believing that as we venture on into the Hieratic, since we got a foundation, it should be, you know, it shouldn't be too hard for us because we already got the foundation. And so it should come, you know, it should come kind of easy to us. It may not, you know, it may be some things we still don't know, but it shouldn't be like it was when I first come. Because when I first come, I was like, oh my goodness, will I ever be able to keep up with this? Will I ever learn this? But as you stay with it, you got, and this is something that you got to, you know, you got to stay with it. But I'm enjoying it. I love it. I think I give honors to my National Grand Secretary of State, Brother Edwards Bay, because we got a little group here. We call on each other, you know, and talk to each other and ask each other questions and stuff. Like you say, we build amongst ourselves. So I'm just honored. It's always an honor for me. And I had a question I was going to ask because I guess you must be putting these teachings, like you say, you putting them out there for our people to hear. And I'm getting calls from people, and they talk about they be seeing me in these classes. I'm like, where, when, where, you know, and they asking me, can they join the research team? And I didn't know what to say, but I think you answered the question. You do have to be an executive ruler, if I'm not mistaken, to be a part of the research team. That's what I wanted to ask, because I don't know what to tell people. I had a question just this morning, and I directed them to headquarters because I didn't know what to say. And because we are so far ahead, as challenging as this is, you got to make sure that this is something that you want to do, because we can see even in this ship group, we started out with a bunch of people, but if you're not committed, and if you're not committed to this, you'll drop off. And we have had people to drop off, and that's fine. But everybody's not called to this. This is, and like I say, the reason I can't, I have to be here. I have to be here because God has answered my prayer, and I will be here unless I'm sick. I hate to miss, but I had a family engagement I had to attend last week. But nevertheless, something might come up. That's why we got to play that. But other than that, Carter Bay, Dendra, Ani, Curta Bay will be here. Gratitude, God, man, for letting me share, and gratitude for all that you do. We love you. Peace and love.
Islam, and gratitude to you as well, Goddess and Queen. And yes, the race is not merely to a swift angel, but the swift angel that endures to the end. And that's the reward, because all of those who are still here, who have held fast, more is going to receive rewards and awards, if you will, accolades, if you will, for their faithfulness, to show that they are a representation of what it is, just like you would do in any other institution. That's coming as well. So, that's the grand drawing. But everybody that's here now are meant to be here now. Man, Sister Curta Bay, you have been a help to most of the Moors. And I be thinking sometimes, man, that sister know this stuff. You do it so well. You know what I mean? And like Marvin Epps Bay, you see, he was already on it. He was identifying them words, and and that's because we have a basis. So that's what we're doing. We lay a base with the knowledge and the foundation, and then use that knowledge and keep tapping into the resources to where you stay in that realm. So when we go in to start compiling the dictionaries and all that, that's going to build our knowledge even more. You see, when it comes to the words and so forth and so on. And that's going to be done as a collective, and so this research Sultanate is the class in which we can really unfold, and go into the heights of exercising the five, and really showing our people, what we mean when we say Moorish perspectives or Moorish science and, so forth and so on. This is showing them what the best of what the Moorish American government has to offer. We letting it be known that we are not afraid to think outside of the box. We don't have restraints on our people, on what they can do and what they can't do. And, so they seeing it here. This is the highest expression of wisdom now out here in the public. Everything else is null and void. We don't say that because we are the one doing it, or we here, but we seeing what it is that they are disseminating, or what they are promoting, or what they are putting out there. None of those things are conducive to building a nation. And we don't say this to be mean or unjust. We say this because they've been doing it too long and it ain't changed nothing. So I just wanted to add that, Goddess and Queen. And for those who, like you said, are looking, may they continue to observe, because they first got to proclaim themselves before the government in which they live, if they ain't already in here. I know it's looking at the point now, some of the stuff we done brought out, everybody like, man, I want to be involved in that, and ones can get involved with that, but we ain't gonna let everybody up into the house, and we have a bunch of chaos, because never will it be a time on our watch that we'll be up here in this Egyptian Adaptive Research Sultanate, going fist to cuffs and arguing about, things or so forth. Not saying that our family had that intent. That ain't what we'll ever do in this particular chamber of unfoldment, though, So we just say gratitude. We love you, Goddess and Queen, in our grand measure. I see our brother Marvin Edwards Bay hand is up again. I don't know if he did that on purpose or he have a question. You have a question or something, Brother Marvin Evans Bay? That was by mistake.
I just didn't lower it. Islam, can you hear me?
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I just didn't lower it. Okay.
Okay.
Pardon.
Praise God. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, Islam. We have any other more that would like to come forward?
Islam.
Islam, Brother Bati Bay, Grand Man. What have you to say?
General? Islam, I'm just grateful that we got this class because this here is gonna when we get together with the law aspect and what our law and even transcribing the Constitution or transliterating the Constitution into our language, this is going to be a powerful demonstration. And what we learning, I'm seeing that all things are linked on all sides. This is, from the divinity to the national aspect, to the law aspect, to even this language being infused in what we have to do. I was just talking to my brother the other day, and he was like, "I'm not saying anything you doing is not." He said, "I'm not saying you're on the wrong path. I'm not even disputing that because I can't say that, but I haven't figured this out for myself." But so that lets me know that he was staunch. Most of the people in my family were staunch against it. I got called all out my name, that not the name my mom gave me, but every other name. And now they're starting to come around and seeing that this, persistency and delivering this message to them, and even the language, because that was one thing that they were big upon. Why are we still speaking the English language? Well, now we got the avenues right here in this class. And though, like the brother said, though I ain't gonna even say I'm behind. I'm gonna say that there's just been a whole bunch of stuff going on in my life right now, and I'm just sorting out things, and everything's gonna come back full circle. But it really does aid and assist the public, and when we're delivering this stuff to them, because we got multiple layers to approach them with when it comes to this knowledge. And with that, gratitude for you and whole tribe of endurance for their work, and everybody on this platform. With that, leave us a coming peace.
And gratitude, brother, for that measure. Praise be to Allah. Yeah, they see it now. We also have a lot of people. We got like 630 subscribers. We trying to hit that 1,000 mark so that our voice really go out there. I know I went live one time. I had like 1,000 people, viewing, before the day was out. So we can get them numbers like that. We can actually have people watching us, and we encourage our rulers again to create their own channels, so that our people can see the Moorish American government on the manifest as well. It'll be some grand benefits in demonstrating that. So that's something else to look into. Yeah, we give honors to you, Moorish kin, for all that you do. Praise be to Allah. And Islamism without the schism. I tell you, in that homegoing service yesterday, we went in, and our God woman was kind of, she was iffing about whether she wanted to go ahead. She had went and got the other vehicle from her sister, abode, and she say, well, you go ahead and I'll be there. And as soon as I got in there, I didn't get to sit down good. They was already calling me to the podium. So I went straight in there, and, I had a measure I wanted to put in the order of the fashion, just to keep things on a point by point basis to make sure they got it. When I got up there, I just let it flow as it did, and I came out of chapter 1. And I used the name, the great God, because we know we were dealing with a lot of people in that setting that was conducting, with that mindset or that background. But as I went to giving the drawing, I had a pastoral panel behind me, so to speak, because that deals with a lot of measures under which we had to deal with, because the young brother was so mangled, family. We had to go through certain processes, which I wanted to try to go by water, but we ain't have no other choice but to go that route because he couldn't be pieced back together, unfortunately. But nevertheless, as I was demonstrating, and I went into chapter 1, you know, and went into time never was when man was not, and you know, then I went into the Elizabeth, you know, the death and burial of Elizabeth, you know, and the John degree, and you know, they was behind me, you know, and they was basically, they was receiving it. I let them know, well, this is from the 18 missing years of the life of our brother Yehoshua, you know him as Jesus. And man, they was really loving it. And after my draw, his uncle, you know, because this is actually through my this one here, he was basically the one my God woman had when I met her, but I'm the one that raised him. You know, his biological father and their family was present as well. And his uncle was one of the guys that was doing the biblical aspect. But he went behind me and he implemented a lot of what I stated before him. And he even mentioned the measure of, you know, ones don't know that they're dealing with ones that was sitting here to be angels. You know, he was saying, yeah, that one was trying to cross the street, you know, for somebody. But in all actuality, you know, that one was really crossing over. You know, I'm crossing over. You know, that was his measure that he harped upon. You know, and when I cross over, you know, I'm crossing over into a realm to where I can look down on the manifest. You know, the plane of, you know, he gave a grand drawing in his measure, but he also tied it into the measure that I spoke of dealing with. Death is not an enemy to man. You know, and so it was a grand drawing, and I was like, well, we celebrating the life of this young one. You know, this one is ever present amongst us. And it was a grand drawing, a lot of harmony there, and a lot of people were more, by the time I stood down, they say, man, that was a powerful measure. Those who were mourning, they stopped mourning, they stopped crying, you know, and pulled it together. But they said, man, did you memorize that? Did you? And I was like, no, actually, I had something in mind. I want to line up in a certain way, but I just spoke as, you know, the spirit would have me speak and let that measure flow. You know, I went into the name of the brother because, you know, from the Kemetic aspect, your name represents your true identity, you know, so I went into that aspect of the measure. But it was a powerful thing just being able to speak these truths and reflect upon the concept of, you know, the preserving, you know, of the consciousness from the dead, so to speak. You know, powerful drawing when we deal with the chemistry, the ministry, and the mystery. So all these things are needed. We also have our own burial rites for us dealing with how we conduct them. I sent that out to our sister Set. I think she said them brothers might have been able to perform somewhat, some of it, but there was a different dynamics as well at that time. But we'll get that to our Moorish kin as well. So it's actually similar to the matrimonial Hajj, you know, where one makes a round and one actually gives out the scroll and go through the degrees of, you know, what we call sincerity all the way to love divine, so to speak. But that's just another measure, but everything is kemetically based when we deal with what we putting on the manifest morals. Gratitude, Islamism. So is there any other more that would like to come on the manifest? I see our brother Mubasa Bey is the only one left. And if he has something to say, the brother can bring forth his measure and then we'll close this drawing out. Islam.
Islam, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you loud and clear with divine ears.
Islam, we rise in perfect praise, our praise, honor, and glory to our Father, God, Allah, our illustrious prophet, High Sharif Abdul Ali, give honors to Act 1, our flag, inside, emblem, swift angels, multi core, and everything that is Moorish. You know, I just want to give honors to the measure because with, you know, the research, I'm seeing the connection between pretty much all of the schools of thought, being able to reach our people wherever they at. If they coming out of the Hebrew demonstration, and be able to show a connection to that, and be able to tie everything back to our Moorish, which is our ancient Kemetic heritage, which is pretty much being a Moorish American. And that's what I see pretty much in the whole drawing, is to be able to unite the Asiatic nations, because just looking at how everything is dealing with our history, and us placing ourselves in there, and then being able to trace our lineage back, that's a necessity for that, because that unity I see amongst our people is being compromised due to the false religious I say interpretations that people is going about. And so what we doing is just bringing that golden cord of love in to show how we are all connected, whether you demonstrating from the school of Hebrew Israelite thought, whether you come from a Christian background, to be able to show how it's all a part of us and our true identity and our essence. So that's what I'm thankful for, man, to be able to do that. I may not know it front and back, with my hand, but I think I know a little bit enough to be able to hold my own, or at least be able to extend the 5 to where any type of demarcation can be settled, and and be able to reach a common ground, and be able to say, what, man, at the end of the day, we brothers and sisters, so we need to still implement our principles, which goes back to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, which actually goes back to the Abjad, and all of that. So that's what I'm thankful for, Mo. So gratitude, peace and love, family.
Sir, and gratitude and peace and love to you as well. And yeah, most definitely, our lessons is a universal blessing to all of those who are willing to receive these measures, and they calling for more. They want the truth. Our people want to see this oneness. There are many of them that only manifest. And most of those who are still in opposition, they still undecided. They know what's being said, but they really trying to grasp hold of to this information. A lot of time it's all too great for some of them, because they have been so used to divisiveness to where they are trying to discern what it is we putting out here from the standpoint, is it similar to what done already been bought? And, and they wondering, how is it possible that we can come forward with this knowledge? So they accuse us of, like they call it, shake it up in the bag scholarship. We coming together, mixing. We ain't mixing nothing together. We showing you that the truth is one. And in the mindset of the people that have not yet come to, a grand drawing in their consciousness, they can't comprehend this because they've been so used to divisiveness to where they can't possibly be able to see the unity in these teachings. And we draw from this is our paradigm. We draw from all quadrants, of that chart of Islamism. So this ain't something we making up as we go along. This is how we teach. This is how we build. We teach from the text of the enlightened Buddha. We teach, from the Vedas, the Pali Canon, the teachings of the Dhammapada, the Bhagavad Gita, all of these texts, we honor the highest of these texts, all the way back to the Kemetic, measures, anywhere that we can find where our ancestors teaching, because we honor all books of truth. Those who have been raised on a demarcated diet when it comes to their thought pattern, they can't comprehend that, because everything has been so divided and divisive to where they think in order to deal with something over here, you got to see this is different as that, and that is that. This is juxtaposed against that. That's westernized concept of what we call the Ethiopian thought pattern. So we give honors to your grand man for that drawing. And also I want to give honors to all the well wishings and the condolences that Moors reached out and the aid and assist along the way, and aid and assist us in allowing to unfold a lot of measures, in this time, of dealing with the upliftment, of the family. And just say gratitude more. We love you, peace, love, and law at all costs. And the best is yet to come, like our brother Rahman El would say. Islamism without the schism. Peace, love, and law. We love you. And brother Torway Simpson Bey, you can take us out, brother. Anu Rasul Simpson Bey.
Praise Allah. Islam, that's just Grand Sheikh.
Islam, executive rulers of Moorish America. Islam. Well, been a grand one. Let's take it home. January 15th, 1929. A warning from the prophet. So can you hear me more? Yeah, it's on. Okay. Pardon self. January 15th, 1929. A warning from the prophet. To be read at every meeting. I hereby inform all citizens that they must end all radical, agitating speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We are for love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any citizen or group of citizens who hold malicious feelings toward the government or the prophet or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement will receive the reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the laws as laid down to them by the government. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a whole and divided movement founded by the prophet, Noble Drew Ali. And if the prophet is not right, the government is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and their government. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways by order of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Islam, chapter 25, Holy Covenant of the Asiatic Nation. Islam. All right. Islam. Holy Covenant of the Asiatic Nation. Ye are the children of one father, provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother hath given you suck. Let the bonds of affection therefore unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when you separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other. Islam, Islam, Islam. This meeting has been closed according to Act 2 in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Islam, Moors, go in peace. Long live Moorish America.
Islam, great
Long
flag.
live Moorish America.
Long live Moorish
Islam,
America. Great
Moors,
flag,
long
family.
live Moorish
Islam,
America.
Moors.
Great
Islam.
Have
flag.
a good one.
See you.
See you in
You will
Sunday
have the
school.
assignment in the inbox, Moors. Mainly it's just becoming familiarized with the Hieratic alphabet. But we're gonna send everything out like we normally do. As soon as we get the video, Islamism.
Islam.
Gratitude.
Islam.
See
Gratitude.
y'all in
Moors.
Sunday
Sunday
school.
school, family. See you
Love
in
Forward
Sunday
to it.
school.
Have a good one.
He says,
See you at Sunday school. Peace and love.
Peace and
Peace
love.
Shalom.